Hello, hello. We're just setting up. Welcome to the chat. Walked by. How do you find the channel, if you don't mind me asking? You know what? While I'm doing that, I may as well pop up on screen. Hello, hello. How are you today? I am slightly behind my normal starting window. I had to pick up a delivery that was just dropped into our mailroom as I was sitting down to stream. Oh, all right. So let me quickly shoot out my go lives and then we can move on to the agenda at hand. I don't think the React channel was too badly congested, so hopefully. Did I just leave that in the wrong channel? I did just leave that in. No, I did not. Okay, good. I'm still able to read passively. Word all. But yes, good morning, Oni Dojo. Hope everyone is staying productive, staying on that grind. I picked up a couple of incidentals while I was setting up for streams, so we're going to look at those. Because I believe the media share tab was mostly readables, and I know that reading is hard. All right, let's do one more in. Oh, I'm gonna leave a scathing comment over there when after I'm done. All right, that's quite enough. All right, let's pop over to my own media share. See if there's anything worth looking at today. Which there is quite a few. All right, let's start with the surface level rage bait, just because it's brought to you by Games Workshop as it typically is. Because remember, despite Warhammer being ostensibly a conservative fandom, quote unquote, at least conservative coded, the people running it are anything but. If not, they're severely ideologically captured and they go out of their way to find every possible approach to messing with your fun. So we're going to take a look at that today. Um,
So
I'm just
now
gonna
that
get
the
I'm just gonna get my lineup of React slop ready in advance. Uh, Amelia memes, all of the Amelia memes. It is very funny how the left continues to make a rod for their own back every time. Think a monster would say. Whole milk is back on the menu. We love to see it. Um, some idiot got shot trying to approach an ICE agent with a shovel. R.I.P. and pepperoni. All right, I think we're all set. Still reliving the beautiful moment we realized that idiot attempted a sumigaeshi. So no, he didn't attempt a sumigaeshi. A sumigaeshi is a perfectly legal. Hello, not Linkara. Good morning. A sumigaeshi is a perfectly legitimate technique. That he just it's not that it was misrecognized as. He attempted kanibasami. I guess we can start this with an educational segment for today while we're on the subject. So let me open up my reference videos real quick. Sumigaeshi and no, that's all right. Listen, I am the subject matter expert, so I should have an immediate and quick command of technique names. I was also the one editing the goddamn VOD for the better part of an hour. Thankfully, since all of the actual sauce is in like the last minute, not Linkara. No, that was a different one. No. Not the one that caught a less lethal in the eye. Let's see. Chrome. What are we doing here? Okay, so this is sumigaeshi, or corner reversal. Basically, you establish your grips, you lower your center of gravity, and you throw someone over yourself into the back corner. There you go. That's sumigaeshi. Classic, classic masutemi waza, which means what should I? Forward, uh, directly facing sacrifice throw. I think that's the correct way to word that. Perfectly legal, frequent occurrence because usually when someone is very good with their guards, that's the way you will have to go when they're trying to go for things like belt grips and whatnot. This is Kanyi Basami. This is Kanyi Basami. This is banned. This is completely no. This is just immediate forfeit. This is Hansokumake on just the moment someone sees you even attempt this. Suicide throw, sacrifice throw is how you always heard it in English. It is the correct term is sacrifice throw because you are going to the ground first, or otherwise compromising your own footing. So you're using the if there is not enough energy that you can produce in stance off of just the grips that you have, sacrifice throws are great because you utilize the momentum of you falling down from a standing position in order to produce a throwing motion. There is a fine science to it, and sacrifice throws are interesting to learn. But yeah, that's not at all what Bro Guy was trying to do there. All right, let's prioritize Twitter just because shorter format, more likely to be readables and whatnot, and then we move on to the YouTube slot. All right, but yeah, as Notary has correctly noted, there is a brand new edited VOD up on if I can spell too, socials. There you go. There's a brand new edited VOD. Used to think banned moves were stupid till you realize that you could hurt yourself and the person you're sparring against, even potentially send them to the hospital. Um, so, Linkara, you're not entirely grasping the point there, and that's okay as an outsider. The reason for banned moves is not how should I put this? They have an outsized risk of producing injury in that particular setting in the under the current rule set. So, for example, while all moves technically are dangerous moves. Like any tournament legal throw in judo is still very much an effective move that could cause injury. Injury to yourself is less of a concern just because you are responsible for your own safety. The thing with Kanye Basami is that in a setting where both of you are going at high speeds and high effort, and at the end of the day both competitors need to retain long-term longevity, uh, that's not a suitable move because Kanye Basami is just such a great and such an effective tool with an almost guaranteed chance of injury that while it is a valuable judo technique, well, jujitsu technique realistically, but while it is very valuable to learn, it's very valuable to practice in a controlled fashion. In a competitive setting, you're really not risking any injury to yourself. You are more likely than not to injure your opponent because very few people know how to guard it correctly. Guarding it correctly is counterintuitive. And overall, just the risk reward on it from a rule set perspective is just not worth it. They don't allow standing arm bars or wrist locks for the very same reason. When you're in a competitive environment and you don't have any other balancing factors present, then it becomes very effective, but also very injury prone just because of the speeds and forces involved there. So, for example, you can't just wrist lock an adult who's non-compliant in real life because you're going to get punched in the face. Since under the rule set of judo, we agree that we don't punch each other in the face, uh, it no longer has that constraint applied to it. Got up to 3 streams. Nice. Could never get into sparring because he gets snapped like a toothpick, got weak bones and no muscle. That's definitely an art that needs to be respected. You're kind of thinking about it from the ass end in. You should participate in striking sports because your bones are brittle and you don't have a lot of muscle mass. Like my guy, the only way that's being corrected is through effort and training. People who come to train don't just start off at their final stats. Getting more bone density is a problem of nutrition and weight training because the compressive stress combined with sufficient nutrition, especially if you still have your growth platelets open, is how you get more dense bones. Muscle mass, pretty well studied as to how to get more of that. You eat more protein and you resistance train. So, and striking is a very good accessory to that. Well, any kind of sparring, realistically, or just be born with thick bones. Yes, but while individual proclivities and talents exist, I'd say that in my experience, in things that I have observed through life, usually people who claw themselves back from less than ideal propensities or predispositions from certain sports tend to longitudinally do significantly better than the quote unquote talented ones. How are you doing, Digby? All right. Apparently, the our pet military has recently visited us. Japan's defense minister joined Secretary of War in an early morning workout.
How we doing? Good morning. We got one for you too.
Do not understand rowers for the life of me. That is a pretty banger gym. I really hope it gets used a lot. I wonder where this is. If the defense minister of Japan is visiting, then I would assume this is one of the Okinawan bases. Rather lucky, built different, sturdy, even if there's some funny little manufacturing defects. Again, it's about what you make of it, not really. It's nice to have a head start. My only head start for most combative or sporting pursuits was having an above average intelligence, which usually isn't really beneficial for those pursuits. However, uh, it allowed me to be very efficient in my training and be very deliberate in my training. And everything else you make up in epigenetic adaptations. Ah, Christ. How does the moderation work on the goddamn thing? Just a second. We've added, um, oh, no, what is my 2FA? We've added Kick to our happy family of the Oni Dojo. They're currently on borrowed time. So we're going to see if they can fit in with the culture or not. All right, let's see. What is my 2-factor? All right, I am successfully signed in. And now I can dumpster you. There we go. Hello? Do I really need to go into a different menu for this? Chat appearance, mod action, enable mod shortcuts, mature mode, banned users. Show quick actions, thank you. All right, there you go. Are you now banned? Not sure this is working correctly. God, this is trash. Let me quickly pop into that menu from the other window. I don't think Kick is gonna survive as a format for us. I'm gonna be completely transparent. How the fuck does moderation work? Ban, there you go. This is so stupid. Just absolutely aggravating. All right, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Kick is great? No, it is not. It sucks that nobody wants to use it because of nuisance streamers and gambling. Plus, every month they're involved with a new scandal relating illegal activity. See, all of those things don't really strike me as, Kick being great. Having been exposed to some of the people in their management, I can kind of see why Kick is the way it is. I would like to see a little bit more substance there, but that's all right. I understand it's a PR little reel that they did.
Is there any truth to your daughter being on hiatus because ICE sent her back to the Philippines? I wasn't going to talk about this at all. I shouldn't say anything, but the rumors are true. The rumors are true. ICE did knock down Filian's door, and they did kidnap her and send her back to the Philippines. And I'm currently working with ICE at the moment to get her back. Where it's a work in progress.
He's gonna kill you for revealing this.
I know it's really embarrassing for her, but like, listen, it's a work in progress. I'm doing the best I can, okay? It's getting really complicated.
Twitch is full of communists trying to brainwash kids into being terrorists. There's realistically only like 5. The problem is that Twitch staff is full of co-conspirators. That is very true. Kick is not materially different from that, though. A lot of the very same people still stream on Kick, and Kick still very much turns a blind eye to that, because Kick, I will remind you, is run out of what? The United Arab Emirates? I'm sorry, these are not your friends. Hey there, Piper. So, no, Kick is still not... Like, all of the problems that exist on Twitch also exist on Kick. That's the thing. Because there is no special consideration for us, and most large Kick streamers are also default libs. They're just a little bit more irreverent, and they have other things that they have other things to focus on than their messaging, so their communism doesn't slip as quickly.
Because I'm getting all of the ICE officers like in a row, and I'm threatening to spank them all with my chancla, but like they keep saying, do it with like a smile on their face. And I just feel like it's I don't know why, I just feel like it's a little counterintuitive. I don't think it's helping. I might need a few extra chanclas. I might need to like add some spikes to the end of those chanclas, because like, I don't know what else to do. But don't worry, she's gonna survive in the Philippines. She will just backflip her way into the trees to get bananas and coconuts and mangoes. Like, she will survive, she will be fine. So, work in progress, we'll get her out. Don't worry. Mama will take care of it. Is Abel, I'm so scared. Is Abel in here? Did he Did he see that? Abel sees all. I'm scared. He's like, Abel, don't clip that. It's supposed to be a secret. Tubes, you rat. What do you mean he'll know in a little bit?
Fantastic. All right, what is this?
Hi, I'm Amelia. I'm English, and I love England.
I like having fish and chips and a pint at the local pub.
Okay, here's the thing. Even if it's AI slop that you agree with, it's still AI slop. Shame on you for making this. Why is she waving the Union flag? Very true, very true. It should be the St. George flag. Good catch. See, this is why we don't like AI slop. It skimps out on the details. Isn't it just a massive bit making fun of what's going on in Minnesota? Yes, not Linkara. That was. It's not even Minnesota specifically. It's making fun of the fact that that Fillion no, wait. Well, first of all, it doesn't make it. I understand it is a joke about ICE enforcement, and it's somewhat funnier because Fillion, while she's ethnically Filipino, she's like generationally American. It's funny how anti-government crowd has lashed into the onto the English flag regardless of their actual origins, while the Union flag is now associated with the government. Well, I think it had to do with the fact that the government was actively fighting against pretty benign uses of the St. George flag, if I recall correctly. That's how that entire thing started. Fantastic. The good ending unlocked.
You met me at a very strange time in my life.
Also Union Jacks all along. All right, let's see.
Who has the most unhinged eating habits?
The president. The interesting thing about the president is that he eats really bad food, which is McDonald's, and then, candy and Diet Coke. But he drinks the Diet Coke all times. He has the constitution of a deity. I don't know how he's alive, but he is. And he's at Mar-a-Lago. He says that the only time that he eats the junk food is when he's on the road, and he wants to eat food from big corporations because he trusts it. He doesn't want to get sick when he's on the road.
Okay.
When he's at Mar-a-Lago or at the White House, he's eating really good food. So I think you get this, if you travel with him, you get this idea that he's just pumping himself full of poison all day long, and you don't know how he's walking around, much less being the most energetic person, any of us have ever met.
It actually makes sense. So while I enjoy these memes, the RFK in pain meme, it does make sense from sort of a travel safety perspective. Now that I think about this, could be worse. He could be eating like Sklimbo Bricken 3 times a day. Hey, Bricken is optimal nutrition. Bricken makes sure that you hit your macros. I would probably go with the Porkin over the Bricken, just because, a little bit better for amino acid content. But other than that, Brandon was on drugs during the presidency. Really? You don't say. Are you sure about that? Well, but again, so RFK sort of reveals a very sound tactic that I actually employ quite frequently. Whenever I'm in a new place that I don't know, and I don't know where to get sort of, a predictable food staple, I'm going to go for some kind of goy slop. Like I'm going to get myself a McDonald's or a Panda Express. It's important to remember that McDonald's corporate knows what it's doing in terms of designing procedures and equipment to limit the potential for franchisees to fuck up and poison people. Yes, yes, absolutely that. Like, for example, the first time I traveled to Prague, I landed at some ungodly hour, and by the time I was at my hotel, it was already like deep at night, and I needed to eat something. And my options are, uh, roll the dice with some random kebab shop that I've never seen. Well, no, okay, kebab shop isn't really correct because they don't really have kebab shops in the Czech Republic. Not a lot of sand wizards there. McDonald's corporate is evil. Franchisees are scum. Corporate is sure as effective and knows what they can get away with. I disagree with at least half of that statement. Here's the thing. I'm really, really tired of that attitude, of corporations are bad because they're a poor for-profit business. And because of that, they will operate in ways that doesn't, benefit absolutely everyone around them, and they don't exercise good corporate social responsibility. First of all, corporate social responsibility is a fucking tax write-off and a scam. It does more harm than it does good. After I've sat through my course on corporate social responsibility, it did nothing for me other than wanting me to sell fur coats made of baby pandas drenched in the tears of child laborers. And else is evil because they've literally sponsored death squads in South Africa. Death squads on which side? I will refrain from judgment because before I know what side of what side they were on. What do we mean by sponsored too? But point being, McDonald's is not great as a long-term food staple. I will be the first one to tell you that. However, whenever you're killing natives to clear regions so they can get deforested to make way for cattle ranchers to feed the North American market based. Sorry. That was on a live mic. I apologize. Oh no. So horrible. Gentrifying the pristine land of South Africa that was actually not occupied by any natives because there were fucking none of them. There's no such thing as a native in South Africa, Digby. By the time the Afrikaners got there, there was nothing there. Oh, South America. Why did I think South Africa? South America. All right, we need to recontextualize that. How did they sponsor death squads? Okay, if you have any readables on that, then I would like to read that up. No, deforesting South America is bad. I got a notification on my phone. Let me check that real quick, just in case it's something important. No, it is not important. Okay, if you have a readable on that, I would like to read up on that. Your computer went down, you almost couldn't get it back up. It's scary when that happens. That's what you get for streaming on a Kick. But as I was saying, so when I came to Prague for the first time, by the time I got to my hotel, it was like way past midnight. I think it was like 2 a.m. And my options were going to finding bars that are still open that serve food, trying to get something cold out of the supermarket. No, I think the supermarket was also closed by then. Or sort of trying my hand at like whatever the fast food joints were still open out of the local ones. Or there was a McDonald's within walking distance. And you know what? All things considered and all risks taken into account, if you're in an unfamiliar place and it's late at night, a McDonald's is your absolutely safest bet to eat something that's going to, yes, have a little bit too many calories. It's not going to be terribly filling just because it's, very carb and salt loaded, excuse me. But you're definitely not going to shit yourself to death by morning. And that is more than you can say than most food in a lot of places. Not Prague in particular. Prague actually has a pretty good food culture, but I mean, in general, when you're in an unfamiliar place. All right, what is
That
this?
there was an ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis. We go live to Alexis McAdams. She is live on the ground.
McDonald's actually has better menus overseas due to food laws. That's not why they have better menus, not Lankara. I regret to inform you. They have better menus overseas because usually they don't individually function through the same franchise model, and they also don't need to compete as hard as they do here. You're not fond of the EU that they got food safety figured out? I mean, they figured it out so well that they are taxing their own farmers out of existence. That's because they're also forcing a lot of their sort of carbon footprint regulation bullshit onto their own farmers. The thing with McDonald's in Europe, rather, it's more an environmental thing than food safety. Well, here's the thing: our food safety standards are largely the same. And here's a control group for you. Russia does not have nearly the same food safety regulations as Europe does. McDonald's is nearly identical in Russia. Well, there it was before, while McDonald's was still there, before they completely withdrew the franchise, but you know what I'm saying. They're also trying to import illegals that don't understand how to properly farm on their land. Also a separate issue, but yes. So if we use Russia as a control, the variable here is not sort of the European nanny state. You don't actually have to longhouse your entire economy to have good McDonald's. Good McDonald's is usually a product of having better corporate controls, because, for example, all of the McDonald's in Russia were managed by a singular entity, as opposed to a myriad of random franchisees with guidelines from global McDonald's corporate. And I'm not sure what the relation is to the ones running them in Europe. So I would need to investigate that. But the menus seem oddly uniform between the entity that managed Russia and the entity that operates the European McDonald's stores. Not stores, locations. And realistically, the main issue, well, two issues that McDonald's has in the US is that, first of all, we are a patchwork of very different laws, and McDonald's has to compete against a very wide variety of local chains. So, for example, McDonald's in Texas has to compete against Whataburger, P. Terry's, what else kind of, all I would say, okay, that's the sort of the, is P. Terry's local now that I think about it? But basically, okay, anywhere in America, in most places in America, McDonald's is not your sort of centralized America coded fast food. It's not your centralized, it's not even your unique burger place. It has to compete against Wendy's, well, they don't need to compete against Burger King because Burger King is shit. But their only selling proposition is that they sell beer. So, but here they have to compete against In-N-Out, Shake Shack, Whataburger. At least those already are putting downward pressure on them. And it's easier for them to operate because those chains are at least semi-regional. What else do we have? Jack in the Box, In-N-Out, Carl Jr. Here they compete with every local chippy, but a local chippy is always going to be more expensive because they don't rely on a large scale logistical network. As for example, like the thing is, there's a difference between competing with a local burger shop and competing with a fast food joint that's serialized and standardized. Your overheads are different. They're already locked in. You get better deals on your source materials just through your bargaining power as a massive purchaser. Local chippy is fairly cheap now compared to McDonald's. But is it as consistent though? Again, that there may be no currency fluctuations really shouldn't affect you because the McDonald's still sources a lot of their stuff locally. So at least in America, McDonald's is just hands down the cheapest thing you get in terms of like a burger. We're told that McDonald's in Russia is more of a commodity due to having more luxurious menu. No, that's not true. It was like that in like the 90s as the Soviet Union has just collapsed and there was barely an economy in Russia. So I would argue that it was probably true for like the first 10 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Definitely not even remotely true in the 2000s. But where was I? Yeah, McDonald's is not cheap anymore. I mean, so it still is, Gecko. The thing is that the purchasing power of the dollar has decreased. McDonald's is still your cheapest available option. Like if let's go and look at a common delivery app. Let's go to Uber. I'm not going to look this up on stream for obvious reasons, but I'm going to read it out to you. Getting in the weeds because of overregulation and inflation. Splitting hairs doesn't make things better. That's very true. But for example, let's just for the sake of argument, let's see. McDonald's. Gonna go get pregnant whites of food. Good man. But thank you for checking it on stream. My Uber app refuses to load. Uh, it's probably because I'm using the wrong side of the Uber app because I usually don't go through here. I think the proclivities of pregnant women are as individual as fingerprints. From what I have heard. Oh, there was also Chick-fil-A. Yeah, God's chicken. All right, McDonald's. So let's just look for like a common large staple that could hypothetically aspire to feed an adult-sized man. Or even let's go for a meal deal. So I typically take a deluxe quarter pounder, a deluxe double quarter pounder. She went through three large bottles of them in a week. Now she's sick of them. I mean, three large cans? I don't think. Do pickles come in bottles? I live in a very Christian neighborhood and we don't have Chick-fil-A. I mean, I don't think that's how they target their franchisees. Jars, yeah. So okay, deluxe. Is it a deluxe one? Yeah. Okay. Deluxe double quarter pounder with cheese menu deal. 13. Let's round it up. Let's round it upwards to $14, and it gets you a medium fry and a drink. Let's go to Wendy's. Wendy's. Do they even have meal deals? Combos. There we are. Okay, what would be a comparable Biggie Deals? I guess that's yeah. Okay, Biggie Deals. No, that has chicken nuggets in it, so not an apples to oranges comparison. Big Bacon Classic plus add-ons. Okay, let's see. A full dollar more expensive, by the way. Oh no, no, no. If we go for the Big Bacon Double, then it's already almost $16. So a full $2 more. Sounds like you should invest into becoming a franchise owner in your neighborhood. You need caffeine, go caffeinate, man. So, like, even off the rip, just checking my delivery app, no, McDonald's is still the cheaper option. Again, at the expense of quality, but they've identified a niche for themselves, and unfortunately, their niche in the American market in particular is just low quality, high volume slop. It is what it is. Because the market is slightly different in a lot of European countries mostly. your only competition is going to be sort of, quote unquote artisanal, less predictable burger chain, not burger chains even, just burger places. For example, in Moscow, for quite a while, it was very fashionable for hipsters to open just like specialized burger places. And don't get me wrong, the burgers in those places were great. Like a nice, properly toasted brioche bun, freshly made Angus beef patty, like very, very nice. However, you needed to know the places that were good. And you were also potentially paying 3 times what you would be paying for a McDonald's burger. They see that Starbucks are closing a lot of their coffee shops and a lot of them are getting bought out by Chinese coffee brands. Well, from my understanding, they're closing those shops because those local franchisees decided to unionize, which, listen, it's a day ending in Y when I will forever support union busting as being morally correct. Even you are not immune to the occasional McSlop. Listen, sometimes it's okay to touch a little bit of the slop. That's fine. You're right. Apparently, there is a new scar. Another reason that is Starbucks is massively overexpanded. Yes, that is true. Their strategy made sense 20 years ago. It no longer does. Realistically, their strategy died during COVID. The memes of entire streets being Starbucks had truth to them. Well, yeah, the model was that they would place a Starbucks on both sides of a major street, because that way you wouldn't have the excuse of, oh, but I need to cross the street to get there because there's also a Starbucks on your side of the street. That was like a prescribed thing that they did deliberately. Union requirement laws are the equivalent of the EPAA saying that every tree needs to own a strangler vine. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's actually a very apt comparison. Okay, new FN Scar.
I think we're going to have a good effing time today.
This is much nicer to shoot.
I am absolutely ambivalent about the Scar. You know what I mean? Like, I absolutely do not care. Hot take, you hate unions? That's it's like a room temperature take at best. It's Reeves when he's at his best, when he's not talking about pistols. I actually agree with most of his pistol takes. Okay.
Hey everyone, James Reeves TV.
Short stroke gas piston suppressed, love it.
FB TV, I'm proud to be here at FN to show you guys the next generation of the Scar. The Scar platform, we know, was introduced in 2008, and it's funny because you don't want to say it's long in the tooth. That wasn't that long ago, but I feel like this sector of the market has been moving at such a rapid pace that...
Brother, 2008 is almost 20 years ago.
Now it's time to introduce some upgrades, and that's what we have here today with the next-gen version.
You don't care much about the Scars. The eternal disappointment of your life is you have to import SIG's SG series in pieces for an arm and a leg. That is true, yes. We, instead of suffering under the yoke of SIG USA, we should just have access and be able to import, normal SIG guns.
Version of the Scar. Ben, thank you for being on the program.
Thank you for joining us.
Ben, you have been with FN since 2008, correct? Did I get that right?
Correct.
Yeah, and what's your title?
I'm the Senior Product Manager for Commercial Scar Rifles here at FN.
Okay, yeah, and we're excited to have you. So give me the rundown about the improvements that have been made to the next-gen Scar. I mean, you guys really listen to end-user feedback, you listen to the consumer, you listen to the operator to integrate these new changes.
That's correct. So the next generation of Scar, across the 16, the 17, and the 20, coming in early 2026, we kept all the hallmark features of the legendary SCAR. So reliability, adaptability, it's proven design, tested by militaries, tested by us, tested by hundreds of thousands of commercial
Okay, see, but tested by militaries, but then also rejected by militaries.
customers. It's become an icon. It's an iconic platform. It has very definitive DNA and it's durable. So those are the hallmarks of SCAR. We didn't want to stray from that at all. But we're listening to customer feedback since 2008. There's always unmet user needs that we can make improvements on, make updates, whether it's new technological advancements or new designs that were stemmed from military programs that we worked on and submitted for. So all the things that we saw as potential for updates, we updated, but again, not straying from that iconic SCAR DNA.
Yeah, sure, and I'm gonna quiz you right now because this is very important. I wanna know.
Maybe it's your 90s kid brain speaking, but every time people talk about this rifle, your mind fills with flashes of a Dark Man cartoon line voiced by Jeremy Irons? That is going completely over my head, but also mostly because I don't remember a lot of the names of people who voiced the 90s cartoons. FN scares government contracts with their prices. I mean, the thing is, the SIG Spear is hardly cheaper than than the FN Scar.
So where you're going to go for the first upgrade you're going to tell us about. What do you think is the most significant? Because there are quite a few here.
I think the most significant upgrade is the two-piece buffered bolt carrier.
So there's a two-piece bolt carrier, and you can see they're separated. There's a hydraulic buffer, and you can see we partner with Kinshot on that. Hydraulic buffer is pinned in place, and this is good to go, backwards compatibility into a Legacy.
And unfortunately, you have to shoot it to fully appreciate it. We can tell you about it all day long. It's a buffer bolt carrier, reduces impact velocities on the moving parts assembly, reduces felt recoil. Until you shoot it, then it's like the light goes off. This is an incredible advancement.
This thing is extremely light recoiling. I mean,
the Mediterranean diet is the world's healthiest diet, and Factor makes it easy to eat that way every day.
you guys just saw us whap on the, dabbed on that steel like 10 times in a row. Just whap, 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 and it's just not moving.
And it's an integral buffer on the bolt carrier body. And the bolt carrier is now two pieces. That gives it a modular bolt carrier. The front of the bolt carrier arm is non-recip like the Legacy is today, but it now allows for a modular bolt carrier. You can switch to a...
The best part about the upgraded rifle is the curly-haired Belgian harlot who delivers it to your door with a complimentary fellatio. Okay, counterpoint, no Terry. Let's entertain that hypothetical for a moment. What if you're not the first delivery of the day? What if you're not even the fifth? Do you still want it? Do you really want to touch tips with everyone else who's bought an FN's car on that particular day?
A reciprocating charging handle, if you so wished, just by changing out the front rail of the bolt carrier.
Right. For the viewers out there who don't know what exactly that means, reciprocating, you've got the charging handle moving as you fire the gun, similar.
No one buys cars, so you're good. I don't know. I tend to. They're making them, and people seem to want them.
Sort of like what you'd see on an AK-47, where the non-reciprocating, it stays in place, and you move it whenever you need to charge the gun. Just so everyone picks up on that. Now, if I could be blunt, I remember hearing, of course, I've never experienced it, but people say, oh, well, the recoil from the Scar Heavy can damage your optic. First of all. Is that urban legend, or is this like a change that was implemented maybe to address that?
The changes we made were to address the urban legend, and we've done a lot of research on recoil impulses related to the Scar 17, Scar 16, and the...
Okay, see, now you're just sounding like SIG. This problem isn't real, but we've invested R&D budgets into fixing the problem that currently isn't there.
Scar 20 as well, just to... Could we...
Yeah, see, that's the thing. If it's not a real problem, if it's an urban legend, why are you fixing it?
Determine if there is a recoil impulse that could be causing potential damage to optics. We came away with nothing definitive, but we were also developing the buffer technology.
Nothing definitive means we couldn't disprove it. Okay.
On a military program for felt recoil. We found that it will obviously buffer the rearward motion, because it slows that rearward
Listen, I'm already in an abusive relationship with SIG. I don't need another one.
impact on the back of the receiver through that hydraulic buffer. But then being two-piece going forward, those two pieces act like train cars, and they will slow the forward stop of it slightly over a little bit more time. So it being two pieces adds to that buffering on the forward stroke.
Right.
Nothing definitive except they only used ACOGs because they were the only things that could survive. Yeah, possibly.
So the optic issue basically stopped using Amazon.com optics, really. But, you know, if you can reduce the recoil while you're at it, then just go ahead and reduce the
100%.
recoil, and that's what
Absolutely.
you've done here.
Yes.
So,
and we have also skeletonized the bolt carrier body substantially, but as it turns out, that allowed for the weight to go back in as this very innovative hydraulic buffer.
yeah, and funny enough, if I remember correctly from the presentation earlier, totally interchangeable. So I can take the next
Join the H&K, they don't abuse you as much, but straight up hates you. That's the thing that I've brought up in a lot of these conversations, but can you really point to a reason to say that HK really hates you? Like, yeah, sure, they don't prioritize the American civilian market, but do you know why? And is that enough grounds to say that they actually hate you? I would argue that if we had better import laws, and, you know, if the Hughes Amendment didn't exist, which, by the way, seems to have been passed outside of Congress's enumerated powers and is therefore facially unconstitutional, which is a challenge that's going to be coming to the Supreme Court. But if those two were not in place, we could just have, you know, we could just have MP7s with full auto. Stop using Amazon.com optics. Use that Schmidt and Bender or whatever Japanese glass you want with a Mark 1.
gen bolt carrier group with the hydraulic buffer and everything and drop it in the Legacy if I want to.
Yes.
I know that you guys really value your relationship with the consumer, but I imagine that a lot of these changes were also driven by like military contracts and requirements. Is that a safe assumption?
It is. It's absolutely correct. Just like the non-recip charging handle was delivered to the military under request as early.
If Amazon included a way of filtering Chinese sellers and products from Amazon, you'd buy Amazon Prime. That's not really a problem I have when I use Amazon. It's interesting that that is so prevalent in your local Amazon. Granted, yes, sure, there's Chinesium being sold, but usually you know when you're buying Chinesium. Like that's not really an issue I've ever had.
2012. A lot of the improvements that you see in the SCAR Next Generation have been developed over the last, I wouldn't say 17 years, but definitely 12 years of development, answering military solicitations with changes and upgrades to the SCAR to meet the specific solicitation. We've selected what we believe are most impactful to the commercial customer, adapted them into the next generation SCAR. For example, the longer receiver, ambidextrous bolt catch and release from MRGG, the longer receiver from CSAS and MRGG, M-LOK forearm certainly since mid-2015 on military solicitations. Just all those things, and culminating really with the buffered bolt carrier to deliver faster shots because of less felt recoil from the MRGG program.
Yeah, I like that. So this is like an amalgamation, like a tumbleweed, kind of picking up different things from different solicitations and then integrating them into one design that we see here.
Correct.
You're gonna say Chinesium is fine if you know exactly what you're doing with that. Does this tiny $5 vertical riser hold zero? Lock properly in a rail? Yes, approved. Sure, absolutely. Then again, there is a case for Chinesium in certain things. Like if it's just a piece of plastic, then usually it's going to be fine. I can't really think of examples of Chinesium that I've bought recently, but the ones that I did get are probably pretty A-okay-ish. I think my mic arm is probably like one of those just off-brand. You know, never mind, my desk is some piece of shit off-brand Chinesium. And you know what? I will be buying a new desk. So apparently it's good enough. Certain things, you know, sometimes it makes sense to buy the Chinesium. Other times when you're, for example, dealing with micro red dots, Yeah, just buy American. Like, sorry, Hollow Sun is not only just as good, but you're also supporting a PLA military contractor. What the fuck is wrong with you? They literally make the MP7 in Georgia, but they won't. Oh, they could literally make the MP7 in Georgia. That's the Gecko. The problem with the MP7 in particular, first of all, it's caliber compatibility. It's just not it's not in a common caliber for our market. Second of all, I don't know the internals of the MP7, but I assume it has a lot of the same issues going from government contract to civilian market in our case, as for example the MP5 had, because the MP5 had to had parts altered in order to prevent easy conversion to full auto. Because the government goes out of its way to fuck with us, arms manufacturers have to materially alter their products in order to sell them here. You need to understand that every firearm is by default full auto. And the semi-auto mode is there basically as an additional step in engineering. It is easier to make a gun that just endlessly cycles as long as you hold down the trigger.
The most meaningful to our commercial customers, yes.
Ben, I want to say one of the most controversial aspects of the Legacy Scar is the stock, which I think is the dumbest controversy of all time because I think it's a phenomenal stock. So I'm relieved to see that you're maintaining the trademark, like the original,
the silhouette,
UGG boot.
yes.
Yeah, the UGG boot.
Silhouette of the iconic Scar carving, yes.
But, and go ahead.
I have some subtle upgrades to that UGG boot stock. There are now QD mounts located back here. Left-handed shooters will appreciate a recontouring of the cheek rest around the latch for folding underneath the brass deflector, that it gives a little bit of buffering for a left-handed shooter on their cheek. So it looks the same, but there are enhancements to the next generation UGG boot stock.
And what if I'm one of those Neanderthals who doesn't like this stock? I've got options now.
If you are absolutely a fan of the M4 silhouette, particularly on the rear of your rifle, we have an AR-15 buffer tube adapter, which slides under the Scar rear plate and accepts any mil-spec M4 style stock. And this one has to be a CTR. So with the AR-15 buffer tube adapter, not only does it allow you to put any rear stock you want onto your Scar, if you put the AR-15 buffer tube on your Scar 15P, you could put any brace you wanted on that buffer tube adapter instead of a rear stock.
Right, so the 15P being the 7.5-inch barrel
pistol,
model, like
yes.
a pistol,
Correct.
air quotes, pistol. Yes. But now if I don't want to screw around with like SBR, getting on a registry
Correct.
or whatever, I can just buy this and brace it. That's going to,
right on.
I think that's going to be a game changer for you guys with the 15P, make it more attractive to a lot more consumers. And I can also use that on my Legacy gun too if I want.
You can use this on Legacy Scar, 16S, 17S, 20S, and then of course on next generation. The next generation rear plate also allows for the Scar.
What's on the menu today? Apparently a new FN Scar. Hey there,
yeah, and I got to shoot that. I was actually really impressed, really, with all these options. But I wouldn't take away the. I love the UGG boot. I got to say. So we still have plenty of ground to cover. What else do we have? What's next on the list?
Big user feedback is exposed gas block and a forearm that's not long enough. And always, they say, hey, FN, it's 2025 now. Why all the pick rail? Well, now it's an M-LOK, much slimmer. M-LOK forearm, again, enclosed gas block with a window to operate the two positions.
I love how it's just slowly morphing into an AR-15.
Allows you to put your hand forward like a lot of shooters are doing.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
And it's very comfortable, very ergonomic. What is this component made out of?
This is an extruded aluminum, the IRS, Integrated Rail System.
Oh, the IRS, that's what we're calling.
Yep.
God, what a terrible name. I instantly just got into a cold sweat for some reason, realizing we're approaching the end of the...
Remember to do your tax returns, Oni Dojo. Do not wait until the end of tax season, because then you will also have to wait longer to get your tax return.
Year. And I assume, now you don't have to show your cards, but they're probably going to be like different configurations, I would guess, if I want to do that.
Yes. We'll have the basic configurations at market launch, but there are a lot of configurations that are planned into the SCAR next generation.
Okay.
Whether it be barrel lengths, different calibers for the different platforms. Of course, we can extend, we can shorten, different configurations of the rear stocks. There's really a lot of configuration capability and adaptability in the SCAR platform.
This is a true ambi gun now.
Thank you for bringing that up. That is probably one of my top improvements that we believe is going to be there is a true ambidextrous bolt catch and release located on both sides. Now, the legacy rifles had ambidextrous selector levers and magazine releases, but only the bolt catch and release on the left side. Now, it's very conveniently located on the right side, just forward of the selector lever, and there's a front paddle and a rear paddle. You push up to lock to the rear, you press down on either one to release. It's so intuitive to do it with your right hand trigger finger. I question why it was not always there on every rifle.
Sure. No, I mean, I was getting a hard time on the range today because
I prefer the extended bolt release, the one that sort of hangs into your trigger guard.
still resorting to the ping pong paddle. But when you shoot as many guns as I do,
Yeah,
it's like, you know, if you're reviewing, it's really hard to beat those old habits. But everyone was remarking about how easy to use that was. And in this same general...
No, you always need to pay Uncle Sam to... You always need to pay Uncle Sam his cut of the pie? Ah, see, that's why I have my withholdings set a little bit higher. I always allocate that extra itty-bitty bit so that I'm absolutely not on the hook for more money.
area, we have an improved trigger.
Yes. The single stage trigger that comes on the carbine is dramatically improved, and we have a new two-stage trigger on the 20Ss. So it's the 3.
I maintain that if we are obligated as the people to maintain a well-regulated militia, then firearms and ammo should be tax deductible.
1.5 to 4.5 pound two-stage trigger pull. While we're in the area of the trigger, let's talk about the grip. The A2 grip is gone. Underneath where the A2 grip was on the Legacy was a close to AR-15 interface. This is true AR-15 compatible. So if you're not satisfied with the grip we send with the rifle, you can select any AR-15 grip, goes right on it. So staying with the controls, the magazine release buttons are now larger. They extend back and further down. So they're easy to access if you've got gloves or smaller hands or different configured grip.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of effort went into the trigger module assembly. These features individually, except for the selector levers, are not backward compatible into a Legacy trigger module frame. The entire trigger module frame could be backward compatible.
Just like the Burger King commercial. I scarcely remember. I think I know what you're talking about, but the exact commercial escapes me right now.
Into the Legacy.
Mm-hmm. So what's next on the list, or did we hit everything?
While we're looking at next year, certainly not everything, but one thing that comes to mind as I'm looking at the rifle is all the screws that hold in a lot of our components on the Legacy were hex.
Mm-hmm.
And if customers wanted to replace parts for aftermarket components, they would typically strip those out.
Mm-hmm.
So now all external screws are Torx. It's a subtle change, but we think it's an important change our customers will definitely appreciate.
Of these updates that we have, what of them are...
The guy wanted to eat McDonald's since he had small hands and the double cheeseburger at Burger King was too big, so his friends offered to hold the burger while he eats. Yeah, I think I've seen that one. It was in a time where, you know what, at least the ads were goofy and they had a little bit of creativity to them as opposed to just being, you know, gender degree holders trying to validate themselves.
Reverse compatible.
Like
we already talked about the bolt carrier.
Bolt carrier.
And the hydraulic.
The IRS by itself will not be, because it has a different receiver shape that interfaces with it. The rear plate is backward compatible. The trigger module assembly is backward compatible. Selector levers by themselves.
Corporate slop or AI. I don't think AI is still as widely accepted for advertising. I think it's still, first of all, it's not precise enough. Like the problem with AI, yes, sure, it cuts out the middleman. Usually it cuts out a lot of the creatives who used to fester in the industry. But at the same time, it is a very blunt force tool. it's bad about the details, and a lot of subtle messaging in the marketing is about the details. You want to be very precise in what kind of imagery you're setting, how you're timing certain things. Like the New Year AI McDonald's ad. Not only did it have, Reddit brain on its breath, but also it was just poorly executed. That's the problem. If you don't want to pay for expensive sets and whatnot, if you don't want to go through like real life filming, just do full CG. It's perfectly fine. So no, I don't think AI is still as prevalent, and I don't think it ever will be, because no marketing person worth their salt is ever going to approve on something you can make with AI.
Backward compatible.
Ryan, come here, check this out.
A lot of the internal components that were updated or upgraded that you can't see, a lot of those are backward compatible. So there's a lot of internal components that are. There's also a lot of internal components in the next-gen rifle that didn't change because we didn't see value in changing them just for the purpose of changing it.
Just for the
if
sake
there
of
was
being
a
different.
meaningful improvement in a upgrade, we certainly did that.
Yeah, and I mean, the price has got to be significantly different then, I would think, between the two rifles with all these upgrades.
When the next generation rifle comes out, it will be priced essentially what the same as the Legacy was, but the value you're getting in now the new next generation rifle with all the upgrades, the value proposition is much stronger now in the next gen.
Oh, okay. Just to make sure I'm understanding this clearly, there's not going to be like a price hike. It is going to be priced the same as the Legacy one.
We'll say they're price neutral to the Legacy.
Got it. Price neutral to the Legacy. I mean, that to me is pretty impressive for everything that you're bringing to the table here with this new version. When's it going to be out? When can I actually get it?
Releases at SHOT Show, or the announcement is at SHOT Show 2026.
Okay, so next week.
She's smoking. Look at this.
So yeah, you're getting more accessories. Not only are you getting all these upgrades to the base platform itself, but you're getting some accessories that weren't previously included, along with like 6 different safety selectors, right?
24 different configurations.
Yeah, 24, whatever it was. I knew it was some multiple there. But look, Ben, I really appreciate you giving us the walkthrough. We needed this, and what I mean by that is this could not have been done on the SHOT Show floor. Like, there are way too many changes, and I think that this is way too significant of an upgrade to just kind of gloss over at the booth. So thank you for inviting us. We're really honored to be here for this. Viewers, I know that you guys are really excited. This is going to be, I think, we're sitting here now in September, but I think this is still going to be one of the biggest releases of SHOT Show whenever it comes out. Tell me what.
I don't know, I'm kind of meh on the FN Scar. I'm just generally not hype about it. I never cared. I didn't start caring more after looking at the new one. Like, congratulations to them to, discovering compatibility with commonly available components, I guess. Alright, this is a snippet of, I guess a Shinkyokushin sparring session? Okay, so they're going 0 to light contact, which makes sense. Oh, they're probably training for demos, or this is a demo. But it's good that they're maintaining good realistic tempo. They're showing the range of striking that's usually present in competition. Sorry, I'm not believing that Ki, that frequency and at that volume. But a good realistic cadence, nice. Okay, what is this? Shintoryu Mako, okay. Okay.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hop here. There's a story that I like to tell about how I ended up being a lifelong Glock fanboy. It was after I got my first job with a real paycheck, and I decided I was going to buy my very first handgun. So I did all the research, and I went to the Sportsman's Warehouse, and I asked them for a Ruger SR9C. That's the gun that I decided I was going to buy as my first handgun, learn how to shoot pistols on because I'd never shot a pistol before, and also that's the gun that I was going to carry. But this was during one of those periods of extended panic buying after a bit of a national tragedy. So they had very few guns on the shelf and almost no ammunition on the shelf. They did not have a Ruger SR9C at the Sportsman's Warehouse. They had a Ruger SR40C. And I decided that I was not going to try to learn or teach myself how to shoot a pistol with 40 Smith & Wesson due to ammunition costs and, you know, difficulty shooting a 40 caliber subcompact. So Ruger SR9C is off the table, but they did have a Generation 3 Glock 19, which was quite a lot more expensive than the Ruger SR9C. It was more money than I was planning to spend on my first handgun, but I did like the way that it felt in the hand, and we all know the illusion of ergonomics sells a lot of handguns in gun stores and big box stores all around the country.
The illusion of ergonomics is a very good way of putting it.
So I ended up with a Generation 3 Glock 19 as my first handgun, my first carry gun, and now more than a decade later, I still carry and shoot mostly Glocks or Glock derivative pistols. But I do sometimes wonder if things would have turned out differently if I had gone to the store a week earlier and they still had Ruger SR9Cs on the shelves.
Did I ever see the video of Samurai displaying actual usage of Yaijutsu? Garm, do you understand how little that narrows it down? Like, I'm sorry. First of all, what is actual usage of Yaijutsu? The use case for Yaijutsu is actually very straightforward. You draw your sword and you cut a piece of a body off. Linked it in the Discord DM. Okay, let's see. Yeah, well, first of all, favorite video on the internet. So, a couple of problems here. This is, I'm struggling to understand, I'm struggling to recognize the school. But the thing is, this is a party trick. First of all, he's not using a full-sized sword. Based on the length of it, I am going to say that is probably a wakizashi. It's a little bit hard to tell with the grainy video. So this is technically, well, yes, it's technically EI from the strictest application. I have criticisms of this specific technique because it doesn't really ensure your passive safety. You are exposing yourself to what's referred to as Aiuchi, meaning that if someone is in range, is actually closer than in range for a properly spaced out strike, the position introduced here does not impede the downward movement of the sword with a Kirioroshi. So you are very much exposing yourself to just a mutual killing. It looks boss, but A, it's not a great technique, and B, yeah, that's a significantly shorter sword. That is at least 30% shorter than a full-sized blade. So that is a wakizashi. That's not a full-sized blade. So what he's demonstrating here, based just on the lineup of people demonstrating stuff, this is not considered yaegata. This is kogosoku. This is kogosoku or kakushibuki. So these are smaller weapons use cases. EI is largely exclusive to the use of a full-sized blade. So I hate to burst your bubble, but this is it's not, no. This ain't it. This is not an actual usage of Iaijutsu. This is a very niche form and a very flawed one at that. The actual usage of Iaijutsu is standing up and cutting off the head of someone who is directly in front of you. That is the actual use case of your baseline Iaijutsu form.
Who knows? It could be that I would be a Ruger fan, or it could be that I would have ditched that gun very quickly and ended up with something else entirely. There's another story that I like to tell. Luke and I went to a Smith & Wesson event for the grand opening of their new facility in Maryville, Tennessee. I've been told that it's pronounced Merville, but it's not fucking spelled Merville, so I'm just not going to say that. Anyway, while we were
Valid.
there was a shooting competition among all the gun riders who were invited to this event to see who could clear a plate rack while alternating with a Texas Star the fastest. And I won a prize, a Smith & Wesson M&P 2.0 carry comp. That's not as good as my first story, but whatever. This is the first time that I have owned an M&P series handgun, so it's the first time that I've got an extensive
So a pretty nice handgun, I have to say. What do these go for MSRP? What's $700?
amount of trigger time and a lot of rounds through one. Today we're going to talk about this pistol. I do sometimes wonder if the M&P 2.0 had been available back when I bought my first handgun, if I would have gotten one of those instead of a Glock. I don't think the M&P 1.0 was quite as compelling, but the 2.0 certainly improves on the original in a lot of ways, and maybe this would have pushed me over the edge. Who knows? Same thing could be true for the Walther PDP. If the PDP had existed when I was buying my first handgun, maybe I would have ended up with that instead. All right, that's enough story time for now, although we will get into the Texas Star Plate Rack Challenge story at the end of the video for a little bit of a twist. In the meantime, let us talk about the Smith & Wesson M&P 2.0 series, specifically the Carry Comp. Let's get into it. Today's video is made possible by our channel sponsor, Venture Surplus. If you're in the market for some cold weather gear, but you don't want to pay REI prices, and you don't want to look like a puddle of pastel vomit when all is said and done, maybe consider picking up some military surplus gear instead. Venture Surplus has a wide selection of American-made gear, including shelter systems, sleep systems, and tactical and outdoor clothing. Dollar for dollar, it's hard to do better than American military surplus gear. And as a fringe benefit, it's always in subdued tactical colors rather than this year's neon horror show. Check out Venture Surplus at the link in the video description and use the code provided to save 10% off your order.
I neglected to buy MREs this year just because there was not going to be a winter.
Thank you to Venture Surplus for their support of this show. Thank you guys for watching. Let's return to the program.
Do I like MREs? I mean, like is a strong word. I enjoy the novelty of eating an MRE sometimes. Like, I don't hate it. Most of them are just fine. Because I was never in a scenario where all I have to eat for 6 months in a row is MREs. I don't have the service member revulsion to them. Why do people make survival gear in terrible colors besides I'm lost and need visibility? That's it. That's the reason. I am lost and need visibility.
Okay, first thing I'm going to do is go over the M&P 2.0 series in general, and then we're going to get into the differences with the Carry Comp, because I think Smith & Wesson is kind of trying to soft launch a Generation 2.5 with the Carry Comp lineup. Of all the polymer-framed striker-fired handguns on the market that are not Glock, the M&P 2.0 is, in my opinion, the closest to the Glock. And, you know, there was a lawsuit about that one time, so maybe that explains it. Anyway, the main reason I suspect people would go for the M&P over the Glock is just going to be the grip angle. This is a slightly more natural or neutral grip angle versus Glock. Personally, I don't care. I like the Glock grip angle. I think I shoot it particularly well. I think the M&P 2.0 series pistols do have a really excellent grip shape and texture. They have replaceable back straps, but just like on every gun with replaceable back straps, I use the default size and never mess with it. The texture on the 2.0 series guns is really aggressive.
I do like the aggressive texture, and I do like that it comes with a native palm swell, as opposed to me always having to build that out on Glocks.
I know some guys have complained about that for inside the waistband concealed carry. I've actually known people who carry like the shield.
You were considering getting one of these? One of the guys in my shooter group has an M&P, I forget if it's a metal or not, but I think he has an M&P shield, an M&P 2. I don't have strong opinions about them. I don't know. Most polymer striker fired bricks just do polymer striker fired brick things. As long as it's well built and the QC is fine, I think there's not really a material difference. It's like the P365. Like it's a cool little gun. Yes, I know, Sigger. But the thing is, it doesn't do things materially different from my Glock. So there is no reason for me to go out of my way to upgrade it, to quote unquote upgrade to a P365. Now, with the sort of the added benefit of hindsight, now I know that the P365 also has a very finite lifespan of about 10,000 rounds when you need to replace the springs in your fire control group. which is dog shit. No, please actually don't. It's like it's a gun designed for people who don't shoot or train with their weapon. So again, if you just understand that and you track your round counts, it's also a perfectly serviceable gun. But I don't want to fuck with that. But outside of that, yeah, it's a polymer brick.
The 2.0 who use sandpaper to kind of knock.
Like materially, you're only going to get something materially different if you go for something like a Walther or an HK. Like if you buy a German premium gun, yes, then things are going to be different.
The texture back down so it's a little more smooth against their soft white underbellies. The backstrap modules on the M&P 2.0s are really...
See, the issue that I have with a texture on carry guns for inside the waistband carry isn't even so much that it, you know, it rubs against my skin and it's uncomfy. I don't really have that issue because I'm not so fat that you know, my skin is being aggressively pressed into the gun. The main issue I have is that it tears up the fuck out of all of my nice dress shirts. That is what I've noticed consistently. Like I've been getting holes on every shirt that I carry with, except for the retro rifle ones.
Easy to replace. You just pull out the little grip plug thing, which also serves as a takedown punch, and you pull the grip module off. Comes with multiple sizes in the box, none of which I've ever bothered with. As far as different sizes of pistol go, you can get the M&P 2.0 as a compact with a 15-round capacity, basically their equivalent of a Glock 19, or the full size with the 17-round capacity. And then if you want to go with one of the slimline ones, you've got the Shield series, including the new Shield X, which are sort of their competitor to the Glock 43 and 48. Another nice feature of the M&P series is the trigger. The original trigger is the hinged style trigger, kind of carried over from the Smith & Wesson Sigma pistols. I never had a real issue with those. I thought they felt fine, basically the same as a Glock. Their new pistols all have the improved flat face trigger, which definitely does feel a little bit better than a stock Glock trigger. I don't think it helps me shoot the pistol any better than a Glock, and also it's not quite as nice as the triggers on the PDP and then the Pro flat face trigger on the higher end models of the PDP. The magazines of the M&P series could also be a selling point. I know a lot of people just prefer to have metal magazines instead of metal-lined plastic magazines. These end up being a little bit more space efficient than Glock mags, and you can end up with a bit more of a svelte-feeling pistol.
That's why all of the magazines in my 43X are Shield mags. Like, I'm sorry, I'm going to have my full capacity in my carry gun. I'm not going to be caught dead being California compliant.
Like Glock magazines, if you want to use the extended magazines in the compact size pistol, you have to use a spacer on the bottom of the magazine in order to fill up the space between the base plate of the magazine and the bottom of the grip. Otherwise, when you slam that magazine in, you will bust your ejector because the magazine will over-insert. This pistol came with two 15-round magazines, but it also came with a spacer, so if you did get a 17-round magazine, you could sort of adapt it for use.
Gonna do morning chores, be back later. All right, good luck with that.
With this gun. As far as ambidextrous controls go, we have a reversible but not ambidextrous magazine release, and then we have the appearance of an ambidextrous slide stop or slide release lever. However, Smith & Wesson is not the first company to kind of fuck this one up. This lever does not work.
Interesting.
It's simply too difficult to press down.
Wait, I need to test this.
I imagine that a left-handed shooter's got a stronger left thumb than I would as a right-handed shooter, but yeah, that thing is still virtually impossible to use. So
let me get lock back.
On this side, I think it really is only a slide stop.
No, mine works.
This side is actually usable as a slide release. And the last big difference between an M&P and a Glock is the optics cut system that they use on their optics-ready pistols. Instead of being a plate system like Glock MOS or the Walther PDP, this system has all the optics bolt directly into the slide, and it just uses a series of plastic spacers to kind of fill the gap between the red dot and the front and back of the slide cut. This gives...
I would definitely need to check at a dealer. I don't care about the ambi slide release. If anything, I've barely even noticed its existence, just because, you know, I'm normal and I don't need ambidextrous controls. I say that, but I also use both sides of my safety selector on a rifle. But rifles are different, okay? I don't understand people going out of their way to shoot left-handed. Like, you are going out of your way to create a problem for yourself. Shooting is a two-handed skill. It doesn't matter which one is your dominant.
Gives the M&P's optic system a massive strength advantage over anything using a plate, because instead of having the optic bolted into a very thin adapter plate with only a little bit of screw engagement, It goes straight into the slide, gets complete screw engagement. Also, because the plates are just little plastic spacers, they're not very expensive, and Smith & Wesson includes a whole bunch of them in the box. So basically, you can put almost any optic on the market on this pistol right out of the box. I've used it with 3 different optics. I used a Primary Arms GLX RS15. I used a Delta Point Pro, and I have now used it with this Vortex Venom enclosed. The GLX RS15 has one of the strangest optics footprints on the market. I think it's Seymour STS, which literally nobody has heard of in years. And yet, there was a plate for it and some screws that worked for it right in the box of this pistol. Also, because the M&P 2.0 series is such a major part of the handgun market.
You prefer left side magazine releases? I guess you are reloading with your left hand, so I guess it kind of makes sense. Again, my rifle is fully ambidextrous. I don't really use the left side mag release. I don't particularly care for it.
Optics manufacturers are going to be incentivized to make sure that their optics work with this. All of Vortex's new red dots, for example, the Defender series as well as the Venom enclosed, come with a whole bunch of different hardware, and they always include hardware to make it fit on an M&P 2.0. You know why I bought this red dot, Brock?
Why did you buy this red dot, Hop?
It's on sale for $120.
Nice.
They can't get rid of them. Because somebody gave them a bad review. I wonder who that was.
Laura Croft's gun.
All right, so let's talk about the carry comp variants. These have a completely redesigned upper, although the frames are still the same as all the other variants of the M&P. The major departure here is one of aesthetics. Remember that Smith & Wesson has been using that kind of fish scale serration on the back end on a lot of their guns. It is classy looking, and it is very distinct, but apparently they did some market research and found that people don't like it very much. So now we've got this H.R. Giger alien ribcage inspired stuff going on with the carry comp, and I
kind of like it.
I think you can also see that same kind of design language on the new version of the Shield X. Aesthetically, I don't really like or dislike this compared to the old fish scale version. However, the traction on this slide is insane. Everything about it is very sharp and grippy. It's almost impossible to grab this slide in any way and not get purchase on it. It kind of hurts a little bit, but I think for, you know, a tactical or defensive combat, whatever pistol, even competition use, it's better to have things be a little too sharp, a little too aggressive. Same thing with the grip texture. It's very sharp when you shoot this thing with a good strong grip. It actually leaves marks on your hands, but the pistol stays put. So, I mean, that seems like a good trade-off, right? The same thing goes for the slide serrations, especially back here. If you pinch grip because you don't want to envelop the optic with your hand and maybe accidentally press some of the buttons or whatever, you can absolutely pull it back with a pinch grip. It will bite into your skin and it won't let go. So yeah, I'm not totally sure that I love the look of the carry comp slide serrations, but they are undeniably effective. What's a little less effective is the carry comp's namesake, which is not a compensator. That's a ported barrel. You can see these 3 little vented holes in the side here. They kind of give you the illusion of a real compensator, sort of like SIG's doing with the X Macro and some of their other guns, where they have a shorter barrel and then they actually use the cuts in the slide to create a compensating effect. Well, that system is patented. Smith & Wesson can't use that. So they kind of just went for the appearance of a compensator. And what you actually...
Wait, did SIG patent integrating a compensator into... Okay, sure.
They have is a full-length barrel with a single port in the top and then a cutout in the slide for the port. Also means that the front sight is moved back ever so slightly. Now, this is not a very effective compensator. Just a single barrel port really doesn't do all that much. I am hard-pressed to tell the difference in shooting characteristics between a regular M&P 2.0 and any of the compensated versions.
I don't think that comp does anything.
No, it doesn't do a fucking
It still wants to wiggle a lot in your hand.
Yeah. Which kind of makes this a really odd choice. It doesn't have a lot of effect on the shooting characteristics, but
I'm asking if a company patented a thing when given the opportunity, regardless of how much the patent makes sense. No, I'm asking whether or not they were able to get away with it, and the patent office accepted the premise. New reason to hate SIG acquired. I disagree with the SIG bandwagon haters. There are legitimate reasons to hate SIG, but they're like very specific and enumerated, and most of them are, well, you know, the P320 and making parts in India.
But because
And making your red dots in China.
It's a ported barrel. I think it would put you into a different category of competition shooting. So as a competition gun, you're essentially anteing up to a more difficult level of competition without actually giving yourself that much of a performance boost. And as far as this newish trend of compensating and porting carry guns, I don't really agree with it. I don't think it actually helps all that much. It just makes the gun a lot louder, and sometimes it shoots fire up into your field of vision, and I don't really like that either. If you really like the design of this slide, I'm pretty sure that Smith & Wesson will eventually apply this aesthetic and this same style of serrations to their non-compensated guns, so you don't necessarily have to get it with the compensator if you want this look. You just may have to wait a little while. Another change for the carry comp that doesn't make a whole lot of sense is the inclusion of really nice night sights. We actually have a
I feel like competition shoots with race guns should be PvP. You hate race guns, by the way. I don't hate them. I understand what's the problem they're trying to solve for, but it does get sort of ridiculous. Like, okay, my guy, you're not really understanding the purpose of the sport anymore. You are actually just designing your tool to be good for nothing but putting holes into cardboard very fast.
A tritium front night sight and a nice serrated U-notch black rear sight. However, this is an optics-ready gun, and it is current year, so I think everybody's going to be putting optics on these things. And unlike their other optics-ready pistols, the carry comp does not have co-witness height sights. The optics cuts on the M&P 2.0 are not very deep. You can see that it barely goes into the slide at all. So most optics sit pretty tall on this thing. But that's one of the reasons that I put a Vortex Venom Enclosed on here. The deck height of the Venom Enclosed is just obscene, but since nothing's going to co-witness on this pistol anyway, it doesn't really matter. Might as well just go for it. You can argue all day that backup iron sights are unnecessary on pistols with red dots, but I simply disagree. I think this is kind of a miss. Putting really good iron sights on an optics-ready gun that then don't co-witness just seems kind of like a waste. Like, why am I paying for these nice sights when they essentially don't do anything?
I agree with that. If you're going to have an optics-ready gun, just have co-witness sights on it, especially if you're going out or you wait to have tritium sights.
As soon as I finish setting up the pistol. And if I don't want to put a red dot on it, then why am I paying for a red dot cut and a bunch of plates and hardware that are included in the box? It just seems like a bit of an incongruous choice and kind of a non-committal decision on Smith & Wesson's part. One thing that often gets brought up with the M&P 2.0s is that their loaded chamber indicator, which is really just a witness hole on the top of the barrel hood, causes additional fouling to the front of the optics window because escaping gas and debris shoots out of this hole and then clouds up your optic. Smith & Wesson added this tiny little scalloped cut in the top of the breech face, which is supposed to redirect the gas forward instead of backwards and upwards onto the face of your optic. Of the 3 optics that I've used on this thing and the many rounds that I put through this gun with each optic installed, I didn't get anything on my optic window at all. So I think that actually works exactly as advertised.
All right, don't do that.
As far as how well this thing shoots, I'd say it's about as good as my stock Glocks, which is probably not what you want to hear from a gun with a compensator. Compared to my Shadow Systems MR920, I think I shot the M&P a little bit worse because the Shadow Systems has that lightened slide, just seems to shoot really flat and fast. But otherwise, this pistol does shoot really well. The flat face trigger on this pistol is actually really comfortable to me. Sometimes I find flat face triggers to be a little bit pinchy because they're just too flat and too squared off, have pointy ends. I think this gun shoots a lot better than a stock PDP, and also it's just an overall smaller, more svelte gun, so I would prefer one of these if I was going to carry it. You can get the carry comp pistols in both a compact and a full size, as well as with the polymer or the metal frame. When Luke and I were at the Smith & Wesson event, we had the opportunity to compare the polymer and metal frame versions directly side by side, and to me, they shoot pretty much exactly the same. They also weigh about the same. The M&P 2.0 metal frames are not steel, they're aluminum, so there's really not that much of a weight difference between the polymer frame and the metal ones, and there's also barely any difference in shootability. There is a different, very competition-oriented version of the M&P 2.0, which has a steel frame, but that's not the standard M&P 2.0 metal. The steel-framed M&P 2.0 definitely does have a different shooting dynamic, although, in my opinion, it feels kind of like shooting a 2011 or something, just very rowboaty. I'm not remotely a fan of the steel frame version, and I don't think the aluminum frame version is better.
I really don't know how I feel about the steel frames. I forget what was the last steel frame gun I shot.
Better than the polymer at all.
Yeah. Fake.
Fake
Yeah.
compensator.
Yeah, like try this in comparison.
Oh, I've tried it. I hate it.
You haven't tried
Shoots
this
soft.
one.
It shoots soft.
This is a
Doesn't
new
make it
one.
Good. Oh, you got another one?
Yeah.
Oh,
Good
fuck
man.
Me. God, it's awful, dude. Yeah. So I guess the question at the top of the show was, could I be an M&P guy instead of a Glock guy if circumstances were a little bit different? Or if Glock got Thanos snapped out of existence tomorrow and I needed to buy a replacement pistol?
In that case, I would just go HK.
I think the M&P 2.0 series is my runner-up after the Glock. The carry comp, though, is probably not my preferred configuration. I'd rather have the normal barrel, and I would prefer having co-witness iron sights. What I've often said about Glock competitors still holds true, though. In order to get me to replace my Glock, I'd have to be really damn impressed, whereas most Glock competitors, including the M&P 2.0, just seem like decent Glock alternatives, like if I couldn't get a Glock, or if I was suddenly a new gun buyer again and I was comparing this to a Glock in the shop side by side. Then maybe I would go with the pistol that felt better in my hand, or maybe I would flip a fucking coin. Also, now's a good time to bring you some closure about that plate rack story from the beginning of the video. There were a bunch of gun riders at the range shooting Smith & Wesson's lineup of products, and the Smith & Wesson guys put together a little challenge. It was supposed to be to see who could clear a plate rack the fastest from the holster. But Luke and I convinced them that it would be more fun if you started out by engaging a Texas Star, and then you had to alternate hits on the Texas Star and the plate rack. By forcing you to shoot one of the plates on the plate rack after every hit on the Texas Star, it gives the Texas Star more time to spin and pick up momentum and become more challenging to shoot. It seemed like a lot more fun and a lot more of a substantial challenge than just clearing a plate rack by itself. And I did win this pistol as a prize for my score in the competition, but I didn't actually get first place. I got second place. The first place guy got something cooler. So there you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
You know what? A free gun is still a free gun.
Hi, hello everyone.
Alright, so this is a good channel. We're going to take a quick look at this because apparently he's explaining 10 places to not go. We're gonna skip the intro just because, you know, it's a lot of samey information.
Number 1 is Mount Fuji during the off-season.
Aha.
At nearly 3,700 meters, Mount Fuji is Japan's highest mountain and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Its breathtaking views and natural beauty attract visitors from around the world all year long. The official climbing season is from July to early September. Outside of that season, climbing is still possible, but it's extremely dangerous. In 2025, there were many rescue calls involving foreign tourists.
Okay, I'm gonna double up on this. Please don't actually scale the Fuji outside of its official open season when there are, you know, first of all, other people on the tracks, and second of all, there's infrastructure to support that.
Who attempted to climb Mount Fuji with light clothing and little preparation. The biggest issue is a common misconception that Mount Fuji is easy and safe for anyone to climb. During the off-season or at night, temperatures can drop suddenly, weather can change without warning, and visibility can disappear fast. This dramatically increases the risk of hypothermia, falling rocks, and getting lost. Light equipment that works in summer can quickly become life-threatening. On top of that, mountain huts and shops are closed during the off-season, leaving no places to rest or get help. If you want to
I think being able to see makes people think that it's a hike rather than a climb.
climb Mount Fuji, do it during the official season.
At any other time, the safest decision is not to go.
Number 2 is Hokkaido and Tohoku. The reason this area is on the list is simple: bears. In Japan, more than 220 human injury cases involving bears were reported between January.
It's almost as if the population needs to be, you know, armed when they coexist with dangerous and intelligent predators.
And September of 2025, and this year recorded the highest number of bear-related deaths ever. This situation has been covered by international media, and many travelers have asked me about it. Most of these incidents have occurred
Bears in Hokkaido? Yeah, not only in Hokkaido, it's just that there's most of them there.
in mountainous areas of Hokkaido and the Tohoku region, especially in prefectures like Aomori and Akita. According to experts, the cause is a complex mix of environmental and social changes, including warmer temperatures and delayed hibernation periods for bears. So how can travelers stay safe? There are 2 key precautions. First, choose destinations with no recent bear sightings. Mountainous areas in Hokkaido and northern Tohoku, where
I don't know what you mean by that.
sightings are frequent, should be avoided. Experts
Also, Japanese for bear is kuma, not kumo.
say regions like Chiba, Shikoku, Kyushu, and Okinawa allow visitors to enjoy nature without the risk of bear
Kumo is either spider or cloud, depending on the pronunciation.
Encounters. Second, know what to do if you actually encounter a bear. There are 3 dangerous
Shoot it in the fucking face and heart with at least a 357 Magnum is what you do.
actions to avoid. Do not turn your back and run. Do not make loud noises or sudden movements, and never leave food behind or throw food toward the bear. These actions can provoke an attack. Instead,
So, no, it's not. So, Japanese words, when they're used in conjugation, well, whenever you're combining 2 words, you're going to, there is a softening that happens on the consonant, on the first consonant of the second word. So, on its own, spider is kumo. However, I don't remember my spider variants for real. But for example, like araigumo, if there is a word attached, if it is a conjugate word, then the second part of the conjugation is going to be softened.
stay calm, avoid eye contact, and slowly move backward to create distance.
For safety reasons, it's best to avoid bear active areas during summer and autumn, when bears are awake and most active.
I think we're gonna go with you guys.
That's great. Awesome, let me get the contract.
One last thing, you're SOC 2 compliant, right?
Number 3 is Sea of Japan coast. The dangerous part here is driving a rental car along Japan's Sea of Japan coast during winter. Japanese winters can be far harsher than many.
Stay calm, avoid eye contact, go back in time, and stop going to where bears are. Yeah, those are all good.
Visitors expect. The biggest issue is driving on snowy roads and black ice. Most foreign tourists simply don't have experience driving in these conditions. During a snowstorm, visibility can drop to almost 0 within minutes. In late 2025, a massive chain reaction accident involving 67 vehicles occurred, leaving 2 people dead and 26 injured. Even when accidents don't happen, safety comes first. Drivers are forced to move very slowly, which causes major traffic jams. Highways and national roads can also be suddenly closed due to weather conditions. When that happens, planned routes become impossible, and entire travel schedules can collapse.
Then you throw an Indian driver into the mix and it all just comes apart.
While the Sea of Japan coast is beautiful in winter, traveling by rental car is high risk.
During this season, it's far safer to use public transportation or choose a different region.
Overrated places. Number 4 is Mount Fuji's 5th station. As mentioned earlier, Mount Fuji is Japan's highest mountain and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Its beauty attracts visitors from all over the world. However, if you're not actually climbing Mount Fuji, the 5th station is often disappointing. The biggest reason is the weather. Clouds and fog frequently cover the mountain, and it's very common not to see Mount Fuji at all. Another issue is that you're simply too close. Because of that, it's surprisingly hard to feel the scale and grandeur people expect.
Hey there, Piper, you're
if
back.
you arrive with the famous postcard image in mind, the experience often doesn't match the expectation. Still, many tourists spend hours on buses just to reach the 5th station. What they find there is mainly a large parking area, souvenir shops, and small food stalls.
If you wanna truly enjoy Mount Fuji, places like Oishi Park or Asakurayama Sangen Park offer much better views and a memorable experience.
Places not
Actual tourist travel, it's not the purpose of the spot though, no Terry. Again, it is a climbing spot. You are supposed to go through there in the process of hiking it. I've got burger, good.
not to visit now. Number 5 is Aomori and Hakodate. Aomori and Hakodate are both popular destinations, but right now they require extra caution. In early December 2025, strong earthquakes struck these areas and caused significant disruption. After that, I received many questions from viewers asking whether it was still okay to visit. I actually traveled to this region just 2 days after the earthquake, so I want to share what I experienced and how it affected travel. There are 2 important points.
I really like his goofy B-roll.
First, public transportation was not fully functioning. Some train lines were suspended, while others experienced major delays. Sticking to a fixed travel schedule was very difficult, and flexibility was absolutely necessary. Second, aftershocks were frequent. During my 4-day stay, I experienced noticeable earthquakes around seismic intensity level 3 on 3 separate occasions. These smaller quakes often follow major earthquakes and can be stressful for travelers. Overall, the region has not fully recovered yet, and tourism is still affected in some areas.
If you haven't
That really sounds like a selling point to me. Can you really plan around earthquakes, though? I mean, the question specifically here is, like, should someone go to these two regions specifically after they've just been affected by an earthquake?
booked flight or hotels, it may be better to postpone your visit.
Number 6 is Kumamoto Castle. Kumamoto Castle is one of Japan's 3 most famous historic castles and is loved by visitors from around the world. However, it suffered severe damage during a major earthquake in April 2016. All 13 of its nationally designated important cultural properties were either destroyed or seriously damaged. I visited Kumamoto Castle in August 2025, and while some areas were open to the public, the castle was still very much under reconstruction. The full restoration is currently planned to continue until around 2037.
Oh.
Of course, there is value in seeing a historic site during its recovery, similar to visiting the Sagrada Familia in Spain while it's still under construction.
Is that the castle complex that was built around a ring of mountains? I'm not sure. I'm not very familiar with, the specifics of the Kumamoto Castle. It's likely just a surviving castle.
But for first-time visitors to Japan, this may not be the best castle experience. If you arrive expecting the fully restored image you've seen in photos and videos, the gap can be disappointing.
For that reason, Kumamoto Castle
Can the Sagrada Familia even be finished?
is better visited after
Especially, with the Spaniards' work ethic.
reconstruction has progressed further.
Number 7 is Nagoya Castle. Nagoya Castle is one of the most famous landmarks in Nagoya, Japan's 3rd largest city, and it's also my hometown. From the outside, the castle looks impressive, and you can still see the iconic golden shachihoko on the roof. However, there's a major limitation. The main
2026 apparently, big if true. There's young stonemasons that have retaken the craft, and they're doing incredible work. Oh, good to see.
keep is currently closed due to long-term construction, and visitors are not able to enter it until at least 2032. Many foreign tourists visit Japanese castles, expecting to go inside and explore the interior. At Nagoya Castle, that core experience is simply not available right now. While the
Well, not only that, the Nagoya Castle is a reconstructed castle because the original one burned down in the 1940s when something happened. Yeah, it's just a museum. It's a pretty museum. Like, the area is interesting to walk. And I wouldn't say that it's overrated, given that Nagoya is thankfully out of the way of most idiot tourists. I'd still say it's very much worth going there. There are stonemasons in the city of York that's dedicated entirely to maintaining the minster, such as the amount of work.
exterior is worth a quick look. Not being able to enter the main keep often lowers overall satisfaction. Nagoya Castle is a place where the true experience will only return after the construction is complete.
For now, it's best suited for visitors who are satisfied with viewing the castle from the outside and nothing more.
If you would like a personal guide in Japan or need recommendations for travel plans and cultural experiences,
please contact me from the link in the description section.
Places that Japanese don't actually visit. Number 8 is high-end sushi restaurant in Ginza.
Yes and no. I mean, so here's the thing. No, I think the Japanese visit high-end sushi restaurants in Ginza. Otherwise, those restaurants would not have been there prior to the tourist boom. So that's a very odd take.
Many foreign visitors come to Japan with one big dream, to eat real sushi. So they head straight to high-end sushi restaurants in Ginza.
Well, here's the thing. Can you get real sushi outside of that? Yes. If you don't know any better and you don't have any guiding star outside of TripAdvisor, you're just not going to know where to get proper sushi, so you default to expensive equals good. And it's going to be good. It's just that you could have gotten things that are comparable in quality for less money.
Spend over $300 per person and proudly post it on social media. But here's a fact most people don't know. Most Japanese people don't eat sushi like that. Not because it's bad, but because they know there are better options for everyday sushi.
Well, here's the thing. Everyday sushi and sort of the experience of high culinary are very different things. And going to a high-end place, not even necessarily in Ginza. I don't like Ginza as a spot necessarily, because a lot of the places there are kind of overhyped. But if you're going to an omakase experience, the food, while it is a centerpiece, the experience is a little bit different, and like it's an odd take that I don't entirely agree with.
In Japan, locals regularly enjoy excellent sushi for about $10 to $30. How? Mid-range sushi restaurants with great lunch sets. Standing sushi bars. Yes, you eat while standing. And of course, conveyor belt sushi. Conveyor belt sushi is fast,
Conveyor belt sushi has gone off the fucking cliff after the tourist boom. I will be completely transparent. Just the sheer flow of idiot tourists who don't know any better has lowered the lowest common denominator so much that a lot of the kaiten places have just relaxed their standards to an unacceptable degree.
fresh, and surprisingly good. The quality is often much higher than people expect. If you truly want to eat sushi like a local, skip tourist-focused places and follow where
Omakase are not tourist-focused places, my guy.
Japanese people actually go.
And if you are interested, I also offer food tours that include sushi. You can find the detail in the description.
Number 9 is Kuromon Market. Kuromon Market is a famous food market in Osaka, just a short walk from Dotonbori.
I hate Osaka. I hate Osaka so fucking much. I don't know. It just gives those obnoxious. It's not. How should I put this? I understand, like, on its face, Osaka is an interesting city filled with interesting people, but they're so fucking pretentious. Osaka is Austin, Japan, like, for all of the wrong fucking reasons. The history is interesting. It's a city that was always dominated by commerce. You'd avoid Osaka at this point just because you don't want to be in the Middle East. It's not, so okay, that problem is a little bit exaggerated. Is there probably an enclave of Pakistanis in there somewhere? It probably is. It's far away. It's far away from the common places that you are going to tour. You need to go out of your way to find them. You're more likely to end up in China than you are in the Middle East. If you're sticking to places like Dotonbori and other common tourist traps. My problem with Osaka is that it smells its own bottled farts a little too hard. Like, oh, look, we're special because we don't rely on, like, what, the long history of an imperial capital that is Kyoto. Like, on paper, it should be very cool. A lot of Osaka's history is a history of free enterprise, of sort of businesses growing from the ground up and sort of shaping their own fate outside of the constraints of basically a caste-operated society of pre-Meiji Japan. And that is cool. However, it grew that veneer of hipsterish obnoxiousness that is very difficult for me to deal with.
It's often introduced as a seafood market, and it used to be known as the local kitchen of the city. But today, Kuromon Market has changed. It is now almost entirely focused on foreign tourists. Prices are set for tourists, long lines are normal, and the market is usually crowded. While people expect
well, here's the thing. You could say that about, I forget the name of the Kyoto market. But there's a market in Teramachi, which it used to be predominantly like, yes, a local eatery market. And now it is just lousy with tourists. And, like, all of these things apply as well. It's not the market's problem, it is a problem of tourists.
fresh fish. What you mostly see now are Wagyu beef skewers and flashy street food made for photos. Because of this, some visitors leave thinking, this is Osaka's food culture. But that's not really true. In reality, many local people in Osaka rarely eat at Kuromon Market. The real charm of Osaka food is found in cheaper, more local neighborhoods. Kuromon Market is still convenient and fun to walk through, especially because it's close to Dotonbori.
I mean, does Also, what is Osaka food culture? Okonomiyaki and the big takoyaki, and that's pretty much it. Hello, sort of a demon. Unlike you to be late to a stream. Is it good evening? It's the afternoon.
Just visit knowing this is Osaka, made for tourists, and decide if that's what you
All of Osaka is made for tourists.
are looking for.
Number 10 is Maid Cafe. Maid cafes are
Okay.
famous in Akihabara, the area often called the birthplace of Japan's otaku culture. Many foreign visitors go there thinking, this is real Japanese otaku culture. But here's the reality. Most maid cafes made for foreign tourists are very different from how Japanese people experience otaku culture.
Well, I'm going to agree with this one because any place that would accept you as a foreigner, especially a non-Japanese speaking one, is going to be a place that diverges from sort of authentic experiences because you as a foreigner are not equipped and can't be trusted to operate in authentic experiences. Your understanding is most Japanese food is if it ends with yaki, it's delicious. Even as a generalization, that's incorrect. So yaki is means that it's fried. Yaku is the verb for frying. So it is something that is basically, either scalded on a plate or pan fried. I would say the better generalization and more accurate one, if it's Japanese food, it's going to be delicious. That is the consistent track record that I've experienced so far.
The pricing system is designed for tourists, and the experience itself is far from everyday life in Japan. In fact, many Japanese people have never been to a maid cafe even once.
Well, that's a very odd standard to set. Yes, well, first of all, Akiba and Moe culture are very niche. So it's normal that it's not part of normal life in Japan. That's to be expected. It is a hobbyist pursuit.
Another important warning is street solicitation. As I explained in a previous video, there have been reports of aggressive sales tactics and pricing troubles, specifically targeting foreign visitors. If you want to experience Japanese subculture in a more authentic way, there are better options. Anime shops, doujin stores, and fan events show what otaku culture really looks like in Japan.
It's why otaku are otaku, they're not normal, yeah.
So think of maid cafes, not as Japanese culture, but as tourist-focused entertainment.
No, it depends on the maid. Okay, this is an unfair representation here. So here's the thing. Usually, as a rule of thumb, if the touts and solicitors are speaking English, you do not go there. That is the actual rule here. So be equipped to operate in Japan if you want Japanese culture. Maid cafes are a component of a niche of modern Japanese culture.
How was today's video? Don't forget to subscribe to my channel.
I'm sorry, my guy. Usually you do a lot better, I have to say. This is a video that popped up. It's a short clip, but let's quickly see what this is about. So this is Daitotori, okay. Not sure what school this is. Okay, this is a pivot off of this is what? Udegarami into Tegatanadori, that makes sense. Ooh, I like that, okay. Udegaeshi. The music is whatever, but other than that, no, that's actually these are pretty okay techniques. Are maid cafes a subset of host clubs, or is that there's hosting clubs with maid themes? Ooh, first of all, host club very specifically refers to let's zoom out a little bit. So first of all, we need to be specific. We are going to hostess clubs, not host clubs, because host clubs are staffed by men. No, they're not a subset of hostess clubs. The experience is different. The point of a hostess club is basically a modernized geisha experience, meaning that it is in a hostess club, you purchase the facsimile of female interest that usually that stops like you are both participating in a fantasy basically. You are there to you are paying for the woman who sits and pours you drinks to be interested in the things you say. A maid cafe is hey there project. The purpose of a maid cafe is not really how should I put this? You are there to experience staples of that form of entertainment. I would say that maid cafes are closer to like an idle light experience. So while they sort of hit on similar themes, the surface of contact is a little bit different. A very well-timed Yakuza reference. Pinky Rose, welcome to the channel. Welcome to Onii-san's basement. You're welcome to stay, but I discourage you from attempting to leave. The touch grass didn't work. Interesting. I will refund the points after this. Some of the sound alerts have not been coming through. Let me see what that's all about. Is that one? That one is probably on Blurp. If I had made it myself, let me quickly check sound alerts. Sound alerts. Some of these API-based clients just decide to nope out of existence. Log in with Twitch. Oh, of course, they changed something about their authorizations. Lovely. But the follow alert worked. That's odd. Ha. I'm not sure. Was that a blurp alert then? No, I don't need discover. I need my dashboard. Let's see what this is about. All right, let's see. Yeah, it still doesn't have a full list of things. All right, so I'm gonna address that later. Yeah, but thank you for dropping by. Which one of you took off my plate carrier? Was it you, Piper? But yeah, the point I was making earlier, it is a different value proposition. You're expected to spend different amounts of time in both establishments. While the purpose of a hostess cafe, a hostess club is to basically juice you for money for as long as possible, while keeping sort of your attention occupied with the woman as you spend exorbitant amounts of money on alcohol. The purpose of a maid cafe is to have you in, spend a set amount of time, and leave. So you have like a finite expected session time in the maid cafe, because they will cycle entertainment for you, and they're not attaching like a specific woman to fake interest in you. The maids are still ostensibly, just client-oriented servers in a food establishment. You are primarily there to eat the food and eat the drinks, to eat the food and consume the drinks. I don't believe they even serve alcohol at maid cafes, actually. So, you're there to consume like the external entertainment, the maids dancing, them doing the funny maid spells on your omuraisu, and that's about it. So that would be the core difference here. All right, but Games Workshop has posted cringe once again. They are continuing to misuse the great talent of the man behind Astartes to produce just pure, unadulterated coal.
too long, Vision 4 has been bereft of the Emperor's light. Like so much of our benighted Imperium, it clings on. A candle flickering in darkness.
Are you noticing anything, Oni Dojo?
Our mission is of sacred importance. The enshrinement of our fallen Canoness Rexilla. She will be a beacon, a rising...
Exactly, Notere. Exactly. We now have Haitian Sisters of Battle.
Call to the faithful. She will mark Vision 4 as a shrine word.
It's not even about ethnicity, Notere. It's about... That is a male... We don't know that, okay? I'm not a high-powered enough anthrop... Now that you mention it, that's one powerful fucking jawline. That's let's shelve that one. Maybe it's the curvature of the glass. I'm going to let the skull go. That's fine. Let's let go. There are bigger problems afoot here. But it's not even an issue of ethnicity. I am sorry, but just accents as we know them are not going to be retained, especially not for children who were raised in a homogeneous environment, which is the Schola Progenia, where the Sisters of Battle aspirants are recruited. The Sisters Militant would never let you get away with that shit speaking High Gothic. Well, that's the thing. Like, you would be speaking either, well, some form of largely uniform, mostly High Gothic, realistically, if you're educated in the Schola Progenia. So, at no point, speaking of Warhammer, Femstodes are now official in models. I don't know, they look more like Troon Stoties, if anything. I'm sorry. Yeah. Their tees are halfway orc cockney. Yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. Like, anyone who's made this casting did this on purpose, while also grossly misunderstanding the linguistics of the Imperium. There is no such thing as a regional accent on Terra.
A rising call to
Definitely not a Haitian one.
the faithful. She will mark Vision 4 as a shrine word. The Emperor's flock will come, and with them, new hope. The foulness of the orcs shall be driven from this place. We shall risk everything for this.
Wager Terra has a lot of regional accents. Definitely not Haitian ones. It's fairly certain about that one. For one, Haiti would probably not serve, like, any kind of, what is it, Pacific, Caribbean, no Caribbean culture would have survived the long night. Haiti is technically still there? Sure. But wait, but is it though? Didn't humanity dry out all of the oceans during the nuclear exchanges of the long night?
We will not fail.
I am pretty sure that Haiti as a government, never mind a cohesive Caribbean culture, survived, never mind the long war, the long night, the unification wars. The now called Haiti Regional Septic Tank. Haiti is somewhere under a chapel or something. There are no Haitians, yes. There's definitely not a Haitian accent. There's definitely not a Caribbean accent for High Gothic.
For to do less would be to fall short of what our Emperor demands. By fire and faith, we...
Wait, I know what's happening. This writing is a self-insert for a woman on the writing team. This is she wants to be taken by the orcs. Little does she know they don't have penises. When you're working with a planet city, you gotta have infrastructure bigger than some nations. But yeah, the casting decisions will have been made by Amazon, no doubt. Yes. It definitely smells of rangs of power. Orcs do have penises, but why do they need them? Aren't they mushrooms? They piss out of them, valid.
His test begins.
Congratulations, GW. You have once again posted coal. Speaking of late-stage cultural decline, was initially brought up in one of the Space Wolves novels where an orc sentry pissed on a space wolf who was hiding in the bushes without realizing he's there. Here's what's immediately going to piss you off. If you're establishing a shrine world, you're not doing this with a squad of sisters. You're bringing a war group, multiple battle barges, battalions of sisters, penitent engines, bane blades, the works. Yes, I would assume the ecclesiarchy would probably have more forces present. We don't know if it's part of a larger landing, but you're definitely not doing that with a single squad. Again, trailer, we don't have the full context for the story. I just wanted to point out the very obvious purpose behind the casting choice, and it's the same purpose as going out of their way to inject female custodies into the canon. Well, for one, it doesn't seem to be an established shrine world. It seems to be a world that is overtaken by orcs, just based on whatever world building we're exposed to. So the ecclesiarchy obviously plans to make this into a shrine world after it beats off, that's poor choice of words, beats down the orc infestation. Yeah, it requires firepower. Who would want to turn an orc world into a shrine world? Well, I mean, you kill all of the orcs and then you make it into a shrine world. I don't know, because there's not a major shrine world in this sector. Who, like, the ecclesiarchy is very, very consistently managed by Hamlin's Razor. For one, they rely on women as their primary militant arm. Orcs infest the ecosystem, near impossible to remove. Again, ecclesiarchy doing ecclesiarchy things. Alright, but this is an interesting observation. I didn't want to pre-spoil myself on this video, so I'm going to, this is a fresh watch for me.
Today I was thinking about it and I realized, you know who these dang Gen Zers remind me of? The Song Dynasty from medieval China. Anyone else been feeling this way lately? No? It's just me? Well, let me explain what I mean.
More of a Tang aficionado myself, so I'm pretty ignorant of the subject.
There's all this new data to suggest that younger people these days want to spend.
But here's the thing, Digby, like, for a larger point, I was recently considering buying Space Marine 2, just because I want some bolter action in my life. I wish to scream profanities at someone who plays well, I know there are no Eldars in Space Marine 2, but you know my point. I wanted to live the 7-foot-tall genetically augmented space racist lifestyle with good design, good gameplay, and whatnot. And, like, the Black Space Wolves, that was odd. That was an odd choice for the promotional materials for the new DLC. But I'm like, I checked the Steam page. It's not on the Steam page. Sure, okay, fine. I'm sort of willing to grit my teeth and sort of gloss over that one because if it's on sale, at least I'm not buying it for full price. But shit like this, like the Haitian Cananis, I'm sorry, that is a touch too far. I know what you're doing, and I really don't want to give you any of my money for this. Like, you very obviously resent me being part of your fan base. Why should I give you money for effectively doing what Star Wars did back in the day?
Spend their money on experiences, not physical items. I think it reflects this growing hunger for third spaces, and if you
I feel like experiences as an expense actually started going up with millennials as opposed to Gen Z.
don't know what third spaces are, let me just quickly break it down for you. Basically, you're too.
Well, here's the thing, though, Terry. It's hard to escape. Like, being a Warhammer fan is like living in an abusive relationship. You will eventually end up giving money to GW one way or another, but you can modulate the amount of money you give them. For example, I just will not pay for Warhammer Plus. I just won't. If I'm going to miss out on certain things, yes, I am fine with that. Especially given the quality of the writing of certain things. Astartes is free to watch on YouTube, and it's not even copyright infringement because, you know, they didn't put it behind a paywall. It's just officially available. And they have yet to produce something that is a better viewing experience than Astartes. So what else? I bought a baseball cap that's licensed by GW, so that's what, like $30, just because it was funny. It's an Inquisitor cap that says "Suffer not the alien." It's just funny to wear that cap in Texas. What else did I buy? I bought minis, not a few. I bought them as like Christmas gifts, and that's probably the only money I've given them in the span of like the last few years. I think I've bought a couple of purity seals too, but that's about it.
Main spaces are home and work, and historically the third space was somewhere in the middle. Maybe it was the bar, or the guild hall, or the tea house. These have all but gone extinct recently or have become prohibitively expensive, and young people are feeling it. They want the third spaces back.
I feel like the third spaces were very badly damaged by COVID. That was definitely a thing. I was fortunate in my sort of hangout spaces being largely preserved because they were attached to my dojo and sort of the attached tea house. So because it was an insider only gathering, it couldn't be legislated away. And it was like you couldn't ban us from being there, essentially.
This maybe feels like a very 21st century vibes-based phenomenon, but it's actually extremely Chinese. The Song Dynasty was the first era in history to have what we would consider as a lifestyle culture, where the cities were actually designed for pleasure and snacking and nighttime entertainment,
Very
just
much
like so many
a lot of Asia is like that.
downtown areas are today. There was this 12th century writer named Meng Yuanlao who
I would say that a lot of wealthy Asia is like that. So, yes, it is very Song coded because the Song Dynasty was essentially the first era of Chinese culture, and largely probably the first time where a culture was peaceful and wealthy enough in and of itself to start pursuing sort of started filling up Maslow's hierarchy of needs to a point where you would have these cultural and lifestyle pursuits.
who wrote this fascinating memoir called The Record of a Dream of Splendor at the Eastern Capital. It's one of these shocking works from the Middle Ages that I love reading because it seems like it was written by someone recently instead of someone 1,000 years ago. He writes this whole nostalgic reminiscence of the Song capital city, Kaifeng, and talks all about
He complains about kids not saving for retirement, but the kids you've talked to don't expect those savings to be there when they retire. Yes, that's very much so. But you haven't for a long time. Well, good for you. Your heart aches at the loss of male-only spaces in this era? Well, for one, this is a male-only space. When was the last time you've seen a woman here? Ah, checkmate. Ha ha. What was I saying? It is up to you to build and enforce male-only spaces. And you can realistically do that. Hell, if I ever get bored enough to actually build a gym, it is going to be a male-only gym. I'm not going to say that as part of, the prescribed rule set, but it's going to be a members-only private gym where memberships are confirmed per interview, and the women will just not pass the interview. Government is already sniffing at private pensions they got us all y'all to take out. Got to bail out the boomers somehow. People have been complaining about Trump's potential pick for the Federal Reserve being a BlackRock chief investment officer, and they're really missing the forest for the trees. They hear BlackRock and they just instantly spurg out, and they no longer are able to assess the situation correctly. But I think having someone in charge of our monetary policy who's actually financially literate, and mind you, yes, we're used to using BlackRock as a boogeyman, but at the same time, BlackRock is a ruthlessly efficient operation. It's one of the highest yield private wealth management firms. If you're a BlackRock client who's given your money to them, you have no complaint. So perhaps they're actually good at producing financially literate professionals. And on the subject of the boomers, the thing is, well, apart from the fact that the boomers are the wealthiest generation right now, I think that our social security system and a lot of pension systems are actually flawed predominantly because they're managed by government bean counters. And all they do is just run it as a Ponzi scheme, as opposed to taking whatever social security funds you have accumulated over time as you pay into social security and investing them correctly to then use that accumulated payout as the source of your retirement, as you would with a 401k. Basically, social security should be run like a 401k or like an independent wealth fund in one of the oil-rich Arab countries. I think it's Brunei, if I recall correctly. If the man understands what his job actually is instead of setting out to help his old buddies, maybe it could turn out well. I mean, as part of the Fed, he can't really do much to help out his old buddies. That could work if we don't have economic collapses every decade or two. I mean, 401ks are really largely unaffected by even economic collapses. Not chronically. Like, sure, you'll have an acute dip in your 401k value by like 5%, but then it's just going to continue trending upwards. Because usually, as long as they're managed by someone who knows what the fuck they're doing on a conservative strategy, which you set, like most of my 401k is invested into indexes. Indexes trend upwards. They always trend upwards. That's all they do.
About the 24-hour tea houses and the professional
Damn, 24-hour tea house absolutely fucking would.
Performers and storytellers and the specific vibes of the different districts. There's this one section where he talks about restaurant culture. I'll just quote the full thing here and you tell me if this sounds familiar. When the guests arrive, a single person holding chopsticks and a menu questions all of the seated guests. The men of the capital are extravagant and they demand 100 different things. Some hot, some cold, some warm, some regular, some extremely cold, and things like noodles laced with lean and fatty meat. Everyone orders something different. The waiter takes the orders and draws near a counter where he stands in line and recites the orders off from the start. I don't know, this to me literally sounds like a night out in 2026. I'm positive this isn't what you would picture in your head when you hear the word medieval. Also, just to give you a
I mean, first of all, when we think medieval in an Anglo context, we usually think medieval Europe. So that's one thing. Medieval China was at a very different stage in its development at that point.
Historical timeline here. This is basically China on the eve of the eventual Mongol invasion, and it's a time and a place where consumerism is starting to flourish, and it's becoming a core identity for younger people. Bringing it back to Gen Z, I've noticed that there's this big obsession with what I would call curated living. I don't know, maybe I'm not describing it accurately, but it is super vibes based, like life is one big Pinterest board. Think of terms like cozy games or the aesthetics of going on a walk around the city with an iced matcha. It's this sort of return to the Song Dynasty scholar, gentleman, urban ideal. Your status isn't just about money, although that'll obviously always be important. It's about your taste. Back then, it was about your taste in tea and incense and interior design.
I think we should still incorporate that into our judgments of people. If you drink bad tea and you like, foul odors that aren't refined, then I will judge you for it and think less of you.
Now it's more so about your taste in underground music and niche TikTokers. The youth don't want to be told what's cool anymore by commercials and MTV with big corporations calling the shots. They want to create their own experiences. They want to get medieval Chinese again. Also semi-relatedly, there's been a big surge in traditional Chinese medicine trends among Westerners on TikTok recently. You see it everywhere. A number of Chinese American influencers have been sort of introducing these ancient concepts like Qigong practice or drinking hot water instead of cold water, and the internet has been going crazy for it. So maybe medieval China is making a comeback in more ways than one. We won't just focus on the Song Dynasty here. There's more to China in the Middle Ages than just...
I mean, realistically, most of Song culture has basically survived and flourished in Japan, because that is where the Chinese aristocracy and nobility fled from the Mongol invasion. That is why, basically, for example, tea ceremony. Japanese tea ceremony is a continuation of, it is a distillation of Chinese Song era tea culture. On the one hand, you have the Chan sect tea rituals that sort of made it into Sado, the formalized tea ceremony. But then you also have a lot of Song influences in just the cultivation and the growing practices of loose leaf teas.
Just that one period, but I do have a few more song boxes I want to check before we continue. Before we do that, just a quick plug. If you like my content, which of course you do, you should definitely join my Patreon, link in the description. You'll get access to the official Medieval Mindset podcast with weekly episodes, the Medieval Mindset book club, voting rights on topics and titles and thumbnails, the essential medieval history reading list, special videos that don't get posted on my main channel. So sign up now, and if you're not subscribed to this channel, go ahead and do that as well. Back to the video. Maybe you've heard of the modern phenomenon of looks maxing, or maybe you aren't chronically online and have no idea what I'm talking about. Basically, looks maxing is the new version of the age-old concept of getting hot, although it goes way beyond diet and exercise and a little Botox. Young people, I would say especially young men, are exploring all of these scientific avenues to try and improve their looks.
It does kind of have that feel of searching for an immortality serum. Basically, a lot of biohacking is not that much different from internal cultivation practices.
The most medieval seeming looks maxing method is called bone smashing, and it's been promoted over and over again by probably the most famous looks maxer, a 19-year-old streamer named Clavicular. Looks maxer, bone smashing, clavicular. I understand this all might sound ridiculous to you, but stick with me because it's interesting. Also don't bone smash. Bones, yeah, it's not so bone smashing. The only proven result of doing bone smashing or bone shaping is that you will irreparably damage your bone structure. So please actually don't do that.
The guy who's completely infertile. I don't follow Looksmaxers, so I'm not aware.
Don't you want to understand the youth? Anyway, the way Clavicular describes it, bone smashing is when you take a tiny hammer and tap hard along your cheekbones and your jawbone. It causes a temporary swelling that lasts for a few hours and makes those bones look more defined. So it's something you might do just before a night out so you can look more masculine to any ladies you meet. Maybe at this point this isn't a crazy revelation, but it turns out young guys in medieval China had the same insecurities that modern men do, and they even went about similar methods of soothing their anxieties. During the Song Dynasty period, there was this really interesting tension between the Wen class, who were the...
Didn't Clavicular run over the brown guy? I don't follow. One of these tools, and you think it was him, has a massive native tea drop, so he's infertile. I see. Easier way chewing and eating things that requires jaw strength. Digby, you are not wrong. The problem is that only works until your growth platelet's closed. So if as a child you were fed a proper diet of, food that you're supposed to consume as a human, like meats and fibrous vegetables, then you're going to have a normal jaw. But if your parents are idiots or they hate you and they mostly feed you soft soy, then you will just not have a chin, and you will probably also have opinions that correlate with not having a chin.
More...
Why do people listen to leftist Twitter? Because it's funny, I guess.
Literary refined scholars, and the Wu class, who were the more martial and physical warrior caste. Depending on which group you belong to, you'd basically looksmax to make sure your outward appearance matched what you represented. So that meant young men who were part of the scholarly class went to these extreme lengths to achieve this sort of refined, pale physical aesthetic with slender features to essentially highlight the fact that they never had to work with their hands. They'd even use specific diets and cosmetic aspects of traditional Chinese medicine to maintain this look that would instantly signal to everyone that they were part of the intelligentsia. Those in the military class, basically who we would consider to be the modern day Chads, focused primarily on bone strength. I don't know, maybe that sounds familiar to you. It wasn't just about muscle, although of course they made sure they were in great shape. It was about the chi energy within and physical density. You wanted to look like a brick wall. That was kind of the physique.
You picked up your mom's habit of chewing ice and gum. Your jaw is big enough for wisdom teeth to fit? Same.
They were shooting for. It's important to note, of course, that they weren't hitting themselves in the face with hammers like modern looksmaxers. Their routine usually included things like hitting sandbags or poles to increase their bone density. There was a 20th century French scholar named Jacques Journet who specialized in Chinese history, and he talked a lot about how these aspects of appearance became kind of a coded language of your class. In the incredibly hierarchical society of medieval China, if you didn't have the specific look, you were culturally invisible. It seems like a lot of young men, and young women too, feel this way today. If you just look up the term looksmaxing on YouTube or TikTok, the insecurity is overwhelming, but it's
Isn't it funny how the best sources of Chinese history tend to not be Chinese? Well, it has to do with the fact that any kind of native recording of Chinese history is just not going to be very transparent and understandable for an English language consumer. That's why we need someone who is a trustworthy external observer for us to sort of translate and collate a lot of these observations. The natives are probably very acutely aware of them, at least the educated ones, through just organic exposure to these components of the culture. Like, for example, as an outsider, it is difficult to understand the degree of permeation of Zen culture and Zen influences into sort of everyday Japanese life. A Japanese person is going to be aware of that just through everyday exposure, understanding the certain intersections of things, knowing what their history is, and just steeping in the cultural milieu of just organic everyday exposure. For someone who is a Westerner, to understand that in a condensed fashion of, for example, a study or a book, you would need someone to collect that data and parse it in a single written source in one place. And the Japanese would never do that because there's no point of doing that. They already know that. Know what I mean?
Understandable. We were all vulnerable teenagers once too. But you see these guys giving each other ratings on a scale of 1 to 10 and recommending which specific steroids or looks maxing techniques to try so they can bring their flagging features up to speed. This includes peptides, which as far as I understand are these amino acid based performance enhancers, and
it's not fair to call them performance enhancers. The peptides are supplements.
The use of GLP-1s like Ozempic, which I feel like people associate with an older audience, but there seem to be a shocking amount of young people taking them. The medieval Chinese—
Do not fucking take Ozempic. Do not fucking ever take Ozempic. It has a black box warning for a reason. You are putting down the fork is not only free, it prevents GI issues that you're going to suffer afterwards. It prevents you developing chronic arthritis.
Were actually big on this kind of thing too. They were obsessed with elixirs made from rare minerals and herbs that were designed to lighten the body and extend life. A lot of these were incredibly dangerous and even included mercury, and I'm sure in the next 10 years or so there will be a bunch of studies.
Again, this is closer to biohacking, and biohacking is very much a younger Gen X millennial pursuit. Your mother is on that shit, told her not to bother, but she's an idiot. Again, Ozempic achieves nothing other than blocking hunger signaling, and in order to achieve that, it messes with a lot of your internal chemistry. So, damn, man, that's rough. I would... Please don't let the people in your life use Ozempic or other GLP-1 agonists.
Showing the horrific side effects of looks maxing and peptides. The idea behind this—
No, peptides are actually generally considered safe. You know, someone who was given GLP-1 agonists without their permission and it caused issues that require GLP-1s to fix? Oh, lovely.
Medieval Chinese looks maxing.
How would you be given... first of all, it's a GLP, not GLB. It's a GLP-1 blocker. But how would you be given that without it's an injectable most of the time. It's a subcutaneous injection.
Was essentially the same as the idea behind the modern version, using some kind of external chemistry or method to—
Not only that, that is textbook. Don't give me this. They prescribed something that isn't Ozempic. But is vague enough to slip. Oh, so they were given something like semaglutide, which is essentially the same thing. Yeah, that's medical malpractice, actually, because it is an action that has led to injury that now has to be treated again.
Hack your biological limits and achieve this sort of superior physical state. The Chinese wrote a lot of things down, and thankfully a lot of them have survived over the centuries. Like the 7th century physician Sun Simao's essential formulas worth 1,000 gold pieces. It was basically this manual for longevity and physical refinement, and if you're familiar with the European concept of balancing the 4 humors, this was along the same lines. Simao describes the body as this chemical system that can be balanced or enhanced with specific substances. This idea went even further with the medieval Chinese concept of Naidan, or internal alchemy, which taught that the body was composed of 3 main ingredients, qi, jing, and shen, that could be forged into a golden cinder if you were locked in enough on your physical discipline. Locked in is a good term to use here because this sounds just like the trend of locking in that has been popular with Gen Z for at least 5
Well, no, it's so this is purely an early Chinese attempt at designing biohacking, essentially. It is an aspiration to optimize your body's function to deliver better effectiveness and better longevity. This is just pure biohacking.
5 years now. If you're not familiar, it just means cutting off outside distractions and focusing intently on some kind of personal goal. So maybe getting your side hustle off the ground or working out more regularly or whatever. It's become sort of a cult online, especially among the gym community, and based on what you see from these fitness influencers, it's like your pump and your physique are proof of an internal moral victory.
Well, yes, because they are, because time to play Cultivator Simulator, absolutely. They are, because you have demonstrated mental fortitude that is sufficient to produce a material and measurable change in your physicality. So it's not wrong.
a victory of the will over the laziness of your base body. A medieval Neidan practitioner literally thought the same exact way. They knew that their
Gotta get that olden core pyramid ding dong whatever state, yes.
physical health and their outward radiance was proof that they had successfully cultivated their soul in a way that others couldn't or hadn't. Young people seem way more into fitness now than
lean beef patty mentioned
they did even 10 years ago. I'm not sure if that's a COVID thing, but I love to see it. There seems to be a lot of conversation around the idea that your body is the one status symbol you can't really buy.
I mean, millennials and Gen X are fucking dorks in that particular sense. Like, they've just completely missed out on the benefits of health pursuits and fitness. European alchemy had a similar thing, but was less physical and more spiritual. I see.
You can buy a Bugatti or a nice watch or whatever, but you can only achieve a truly amazing physique through countless hours in the gym, so it's really the most
It's not really countless hours. It's more a point of consistency. You don't really need that much time out of your day. It's a fraction of the time that you would normally spend watching sports ball or just doom scrolling on your phone. That is also a very important part of it. Like when people say, "Oh, I don't have time to work out," bull fucking shit, you don't. If I see or hear you even remotely following sports ball, God forbid you fucking watch that slop. No, you definitely have time to go to the fucking gym.
Most impressive thing you can have. There's also this quote from,
like, "Oh, I'm tired, I'm burnt out at work." Good. That's, you know what that does? You know what physical activity does? It lowers your overall stress level because your fatigue is a psychological and neurological. And maybe, just maybe, the BDNF response, the brain-derived neurotropic factor, that is secreted by your fucking brain in a response to physical stimulus is going to help you offset that.
From the video game Disco Elysium, where a bouncer says to the main character, "Your body betrays your degeneracy." And that always sticks in my head when I don't want to go to the gym. I just felt like including that. I like tossing random tidbits into these.
The main reason I keep coming back to shop with Misfits Market is for these pretzel pieces.
Videos. Now, most of what I've been talking about so far has come from the Song Dynasty, which lasted for a few centuries right smack dab in the middle of what we would consider the Middle Ages. But the Middle Ages lasted almost 1,000 years, so what about the rest of medieval China? You know what? I'm really glad you asked that. First of all, the Middle Ages happened differently in China than they did in Europe. Basically, even though there are quite a few Song Dynasty parallels, Gen Z is actually in more of a late Ming phase. That's right, I said it. In the earlier Tang Dynasty, which lasted from 618 to 907 AD, your identity was defined by your clan or your rank in the military, basically how people's identities have been defined for most of human history. You were a cog in the great chain of being, and the same thing was true in medieval Europe. You existed within a feudal system put in place by the divine mover. By the late Ming period, which went all the way into the 17th century, there was this rise in individualism that started to run so deep that it turned into the same kind of identity crises and obsession with labels that we see among Gen Z today. You see, Chinese society had reached a level of complexity to such a point that people started to define themselves by their personal quirks and not their family or job. So instead
that sounds awfully familiar.
Instead of saying, "I am a soldier," a late Ming youngin might say, "I'm a connoisseur of rare incense who suffers from melancholy." In a similar way, you'd be hard-pressed to meet a young person today who primarily identifies by their profession or their nationality. Find me a 22-year-old who introduces themselves as Garrett the American plumber, and I would genuinely be shocked. I'm sure Garrett will now show up in my comments to prove me wrong because that's how YouTube works. Instead, just like the Ming youth, young people now might identify as a neurodivergent creative with a hyperfixation on looks maxing. It's this obsession with self, and it can be dangerous because you stop.
Again, I don't think the Zoomers were the first ones to do this. Millennials very much are still like that, actually. Millennials were the ones who normalized that. Millennials were the ones who got written up at work for doing that.
Viewing yourself as part of a wider community and start squeezing yourself into these ever smaller and more specific boxes. The late Ming period was a kind of renaissance that ultimately failed. It was this explosion of individual expression and art and looks maxing and everything else, but it was cut short by the Manchu conquest in 1644. I honestly think we're going to see something similar with Gen Z in the coming years. They're in this period of extreme self-expression and pursuit of individual destiny right before a massive systemic reset comes.
We're just like us for real.
Maybe that's AI, maybe it's something else, only time will tell. Anyway, we just briefly stepped outside of the Middle Ages, so let's bring things back a few centuries.
Well, for one, Europe is currently in the process of suffering under an invasion. Arguably, we are under a soft invasion ourselves. So the massive support for deportations is an expression of resistance to that. And that is also going to formidably change a lot of attitudes. And Gen Z is actually going harder into identifying with collectives now. For one, leftists are now sort of combining into a larger coordinated block of quote unquote resistance, ranging from Antifa to just, general illegals. But at the same time, you have sort of the counterculture of conservatism. And I wouldn't call that, well, different. Yes, I can't call that being right wing because the right wing is now included in a larger umbrella of general sort of the party of returning to sanity. And that is also a larger umbrella that includes people who are classical liberals, for example. So to an extent, we are now past the phase of just wanton individualism, and we are forced to form these larger alliances and reforge certain unifications.
For our next comparison, I want to go back to those Song Dynasty third spaces we talked about earlier. One of them was the Watsi, or the Pleasure Precinct, which sounds pretty good already. Basically, during the Song Dynasty, the government moved away from these strictly managed residential wards and allowed for the growth of pleasure precincts, or Watsi. If you've ever seen The Wire, this was kind of like the medieval Chinese equivalent of the Amsterdam experiment. The Watsi were these chaotic 24-hour zones where all the basic social rules were temporarily suspended, kind of like the medieval equivalent of the unregulated internet.
So basically Vegas.
Now, if you let a bunch of young men loose in an area with no rules, the first thing they'll be interested in is prostitution, but in the modern day, you already check that box with online adult content and gooning. After those urges are satisfied, literally the very next thing they want is to gamble. It's a tale as old as time, and it was a big problem in the Song Dynasty pleasure districts, and it's an even bigger problem now on private gambling Discord servers, and even huge publicly accessible apps like
Wait, you can have private gambling on a Discord server and I'm missing out?
DraftKings and BetDSI. I see so many young people now who are almost turning online gambling into a sort of career path. And guess
what? If you participate in online gambling, you are retarded. If you participate in fantasy sports, you are retarded. It is a tax on stupidity.
What? They did the same thing back in the day, too. You see all kinds of criticisms from these Song Dynasty officials like Sima Guang, who laments that young men are abandoning the plow and the book to chase the flip of the die. There's also this modern sociologist named Beverly Yuen Thompson, who writes great stuff about subcultures, and she's noted that fringe groups usually start to form when the mainstream promise of hard work equals success is broken. In the Song Dynasty, your ticket to success was passing the imperial exam, but you could study 30 years just to fail an exam that only had a 1% pass rate. That's a bad bet. Young people now are seeing the same thing. Their parents bought houses and supported an entire family on a modest single income, and now they can barely afford their rent. In this kind of paradigm, why wouldn't you open up DraftKings and put everything you own on some ridiculous parlay? Why wouldn't you dump your whole
Professional gamblers exist. They are rare for a reason. If you can parse the amount of information and do the legwork required to gain an edge. I think the only consistent gamblers I've seen, where it's not just, pure casino, pure game of chance, are people who, first of all, they either insider trade and fix bets, but the other ones are professional card players in poker, where you play against other people as opposed to playing against the house, or people who play blackjack well, who usually get blacklisted from casinos very quickly because they're good at math.
Whole portfolio into some...
Again, not any type of gambling. If it's gambling in the sense that you are purely relying on probabilistic odds, then yes, that is retarded. If there is a form of skill expression that is also tied into manipulating chance games, that you can argue is a little bit more sophisticated. Like gambling while playing Go is definitely different from playing roulette. You know what I mean?
Meme coin in the hopes it'll take you to the moon. We might think of this younger generation of gambling addicts as just irresponsible kids whose frontal lobes aren't fully developed yet, and that's definitely part of it, but they're also making a desperate, calculated attempt to exit a system that has already failed them. Going back to the WotC, the pleasure precincts, the reason they never fully took over society is because you had to physically go to them. There was a spirit of anonymity, basically what happens in the WotC stays in the WotC, but you still had to go engage in these acts in a somewhat public place and deal with the internal shame of that. Now, with the internet, young people can indulge in all of their most base desires without ever even getting off the couch, and it can literally cost them their entire future. It's worth noting too that when you have a bunch of young, desperate people gathering in one place for
well, listen, to be fair, at the very least, you're not contracting clap from the OnlyFans subscription.
set objective, it can create a sort of ideological powder keg. So in the WotC, these guys formed gambling brotherhoods, and the Song Penal Code tried constantly to break them up because they feared the brotherhoods were becoming more loyal to each other than to the emperor. Now you might get into a private Discord server, ostensibly to do some gambling and trade some insider tips, and next thing you know, you're radicalized into committing some horrific public act of terror. This feels like a good place to land the plane.
Should we establish a culture of playing mahjong in the server?
Because the main point I want to make with these videos is that time is a flat circle, and we're essentially repeating the patterns of the past over and over again. There's the old saying that those who don't study history are doomed to repeat it, but it seems like even when we do study history, we're powerless not to make the same mistakes. The difference now—
Okay, but are these mistakes though? Like I identify with a lot of attributes of medieval Asia, and it's medieval Asia in the peaks of its culture. I think there's a lot to be learned and internalized there. I try to make a consistent effort of practicing with my shakuhachi and playing my old style Japanese chess. It's been a while since I've played Go just because I don't have anyone to play with. But yeah, we need to think about that. We need to think of ways to create a culture of playing Go and Shogi and Mahjong in the server.
Now, of course, is that these things are happening on a massive global scale with the full weight of tech companies and government institutions behind them.
You're not a Go-getter? Well, listen, Go is easy to learn. The rules are pretty simple. It is fun to play. I used to have— I had a pretty intense Go phase back in my teens. Was it my teens? No, it's probably more like my early 20s when I discovered Go as a structured pursuit. And I had ready access to a pretty high-level Go club at the time.
A soldier in the Song Dynasty might drunkenly head to the WotC and lose his monthly wages, and that was it.
I never did a lot of structured studying. I was smart enough to get away with very good and very fast intermediate play, so I was considered one of those, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Not miscreant. Delinquent dark horses.
Young 20-something now might obsessively bet his entire savings on an app on his phone and ruin his whole life before it's even started.
I mean, to be fair, in your 20s, do you really have life savings?
This is why we need to pay attention to these trends and recognize that even though human behavior hasn't changed, how we respond to it can. But what do you think? Has this video found you at a very medieval Chinese time in your life? Let me know in the comments. As always, I'm John, this has been Medieval Mindset, and remember, the past isn't gone, it's simply waiting to be rediscovered.
I maintain that I have existed in a very Chinese time for most of my life. You could just invest in the Kramer Index and make money, and the inverse Kramer Index and make money. Or you could just invest in an index and it's going to sit there and appreciate. Yes, that's true. That is the smart way to do that. I have shamefully not done so outside of having a 401k. I should actually make a deliberate effort of setting aside at least a couple $1,000 and investing that into at least indexes. Because I keep setting up a brokerage account, and I use it for playing around with options trading as an exercise on a paper account, and then I never do anything with the actual account, and it just dies, which is something that I should probably look into. All right, how are we feeling about Subnautica? Are we stoked for it. You know what? You know what I will do? I shall allow the Honorable Oni Dojo to choose today. I shall permit you the illusion of choice. And I will give you several options because I am a merciful taskmaster. Let's see. Let's run a quick poll for what to do. There is a new poll, what do, and our options are going to be Subnautica as a default option. Abyss School, it's a puzzle game with pretty girls, made by the same guy who made, it's an Itiru game, so it's the same guy who made Wolfmate, it's the same guy who made Queen's Loyalty and other pretty banger games in my opinion. Do I want to offer you a wild card, is the real question. Is there anything I want to play today? Probably not. Let's just stick to those two options. There you go. There's your poll. Reminder that Pelosi's stock trades are public information. Just got back. What's up? We're picking a game to play, so pay attention to the poll and vote in it. In the meantime, I will use this opportunity to, first of all, clear the queue of things that were redeemed. Just a second. I don't quite see them. I don't remember where to look at that. I'm going to do that after stream, actually. Drops, emotes, power-ups, manage power-ups, channel points. Yeah, I don't immediately see where those requests are, so I'm not going to be able to adjudicate them right away. Stream marker, clip that, edit stream information. Manage a poll, manage goals, channel... reward queues, there it is. Okay. Now, let me quickly find... Where was that touch grass redeemed that didn't go through? Awful Kabuki. Okay, let's refund Digby's points first. Okay, I'll do that later. I'll do that off stream. All right. I will BRB. Y'all do and vote. Another random thought. Fat Vance hits way too hard when the meme depicts him angry. That's very true. That is very accurate. Real and true. I'll be right back.
Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It means people's community, where people is a Volk, which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation, etc. To encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft movement. It's not about rights, freedoms, or the problems nearly so much as it is about encouraging a collectivist and daring a nationalist. People's community mentality, sentiments, and movement. Something similar is being pushed around a Scottish identity based on the young woman who rightly and heroically stood up for her own physical safety. The same thing has happened with heritage Americans. In the US, the goal is to create a new understanding of what is an American that sees America as being an extended Volksgemeinschaft instead of a propositional nation, or a nation, or based on an idea. Obviously, given the word is in German, you can rapidly figure out who used and pushed the idea of a Volksgemeinschaft response to problems. You say Germany in the 1930s and 1980s and 1940s. right approach then, nor is it the right approach.
Which normally I would Boom, we're back. Alright, let's start up Subnautica if you feel so inclined. Let's see. I need to make sure there was Subnautica that won. Creator dashboard. Alright. Where is the poll? View results. Unanimous. Oh no, not unanimously. Someone did vote for Abyssal School. Well, okay, we had at least 3 people participate in the polls, which is more than usual. You were going to vote, you even opened the thing, but then the timer was for 2 minutes. It was 2 minutes. 2 minutes is not a short timer. Do not gaslight me. Alright, I think we were just done building our Cyclops. It's taking a moment to put all of the building blocks back in place. Alright. Now, I guess the next thing we can go do is find a piece of the Degassi. Let's see. Yes, I've discovered there's more space for I think I've occupied all of the... I've definitely built all of the wall lockers. Oh, I know what we need to do. We need to get some bulbo tree samples, actually. And we need to build... There's a number of things we need. We need magnetite, too.
Warning. Fire detected.
Big if true. Definitely doesn't happen on a stationary Cyclops. In the lower aft, yes. Alright. We need... I think we would benefit from exploring some wrecks. And possibly... Did I just dump everything into this thing without sorting it? I did. Alright, first of all, let's grab some of these. We don't have any gel sacks growing here natively. However, we do have gel sacks in the planter by the base. Let's grab you. And let's make sure that we have enough seedlings. Up. Let's replant one of you. We take 2 and we replant 3. That's good. Let's actually break this one up too. Just to make sure that we don't use them all up.
Seek fluid intake.
I'll do that momentarily.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I didn't change my category, did I? Subnautica. Maybe if I spell it correctly, then it'll actually appear. There we go. Ah, thank you for the hydrate. I don't have water with me. At least not within reach. I'll take a swing of... I have a can of kvass with me today. Alright, let's mix on this. Why is the unpowered? Oh, okay, the... I see how it is. Quickly. That's the one downside of the bioreactor. We're going to eventually swap this out with a nuclear reactor once we find all the pieces.
Stabilizing.
Where were we? Right, ruby. I neglected to bring rubies. Which I probably already have on the ship. I'm trying to not use the fabricator on the Cyclops just because we're a little bit strapped for power sources right now.
activity. All systems online.
Unfortunately, some of these... Oh, we don't have rubies.
Seek fluid intake.
We don't have ruby. That's too bad.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what we're gonna do for now. We're gonna have to go with some practical namings, unfortunately. As boring as it is. Morning Red Sun. Welcome to Onii-san's basement. You're welcome to stay, but I discourage you from attempting to leave. How are you doing today? As you can see, we're currently in the process of stocking our Cyclops with resources. It's gonna be the titanium locker. We're gonna need a number of these, actually, so we may as well label multiples with that. So these are all going to be titanium. At least 3 lockers is enough for titanium, especially with the amounts we're going to be lugging for construction. On the opposite end, these are not nameable too. Okay, so we're going to have to keep notes of certain things we're doing. I designate you as organics. So organics are going to go here, and that includes gel sacks. There we go. How are you doing today? You're just in time for our regular Subnautica-tism. Did you find us off of the category name, or just randomly through the recommended bar? What are other things I need to put down? We need to get... Oh, we need to get some coral samples, actually. I'm gonna keep the ion cubes here, just because they're not regularly necessary for construction. They're mostly used for fabricating stuff. Copper wire is also finished goods, so I don't want to keep those downstairs. Downstairs is strictly for raw materials. So, let's go. You're gonna be... Silver goes here. In the recommended. Oh, it's nice that I end up in that sidebar occasionally. This is going to be the gold. I used to keep precious materials all in one place. I should put the wrong ones here. Have you played Subnautica? Have you ever experienced the joys of the best unintentional horror game out there? More titanium. Okay, rare minerals go here because they typically accumulate in large enough volumes that would require this. Salt is technically a rare mineral, even though, you know, not rare in the environment, just rarely used for stuff. Other things I would like to do. I'm gonna keep a scanner room just perpetually attached, rather perpetually disassembled in the bow, rather in the hull, as a stored piece. We have, as a diver yourself, you found it rather enjoyable. Absolutely horrifying. Sorry, I dislike deep water, but you know what? That's part of the joy for me, the conquering of the elements. What do we want as a power source? Because sometimes we're gonna go pretty deep. We probably would benefit from running a bioreactor as opposed to a solar panel. It's a little bit more in resources, but it's good that you found it enjoyable. It speaks to the quality of the game. Let me actually hide my patch because it's just sitting there awkwardly on my chest. Because someone took the plate carrier off. I don't appreciate that. Oh, no, that's not the right one. There we go. Because I'm gonna keep the rifle. YouTube, man. I've tried scuba diving a couple of times. As a casual enjoyer, it's a cool experience. It's definitely not something that I see myself pursuing at any lengths. I prefer to have my feet very squarely planted on the ground. Alright, that's quite enough giant coral samples. We need lubricant. I tend to refrain from going into areas in real life, because when you can't see the bottom, you're good. Yeah, I share that sentiment. If I no longer know where I am, or no longer have visibility on, like, things happening, I think, like, I'm definitely out of my depth, giggity. We need to find some quartz, and I think we don't have any copper. We also don't have table coral samples. Now we do. Coral usually, not coral, quartz respawns pretty quickly in this area. Grab some fish for the aquarium too. Ah, interesting. I wasn't aware that the Gary fish were edible even for stalkers. Kinda low on quartz, really. You get the fuck away from me. Get.
Seek fluid intake.
I am most interested in the construction aspects of Subnautica. I enjoy building in places where you're technically not supposed to. Granted, not having the terraformer anymore, that's made it a little bit more complicated. Why, hello there. Time to mug myself a stalker. Yeah, what are you gonna do about it, bitch? Love the alien fish, though. Glad the game is set on an alien planet. Would be more interested. Did I kill him? I was not intending to do that, but you know what? I'll take it. There is no benefit to scanning him, I just want to. You'd enjoy building if you weren't rather terrible at it. I am dog shit at building bases. I accept the fact that I am bad at this. All of my bases are extremely suboptimal. I never manage my space correctly. I never think of good usability. I just have goofy fun, and I try to fit the thing that I'm trying to build into the environment as best I can. Although, I did have an ambitious build around the ghost tree. That was probably my favorite one to do. Because I had it loop around the ghost tree. There's a sand shark there, and I'm not sure that I'll be able to overpower it as easily as I did the stalker. I'm gonna grab a couple of these just so that I'm able to make batteries on the run. I think there's a cave with more quartz over here. There should be. There is. Okay, good. More quartz, still very low on copper. Okay, now we have a little bit of copper, but we need significantly more. And by significantly, I mean just another piece. Right, we do have titanium on the ship, so that's fine. We need to decide on where we want our primary base to be. We need a crash fish sound. I know where the crash fish are, so you're not really fooling me with that. I unfortunately am... I've played this game a little bit too autistically, so I remember my spawn points for crash fish, and I know that they don't really appear outside of... Should I plant some acid mushrooms? Probably should. Let's try. What happens if I hit it with a knife? Ah, we get...
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Oh, relax. We're gonna be fine. That's actually quite a bit too many. Oh no, it's just right. Okay. Cool. Okay, we have a little acid mushroom planter.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Isn't that the one teleporting thing? No, crash fish is the little bulbous thing that charges at you when you get too close. The one that teleports you is a warper, and I don't remember if I've added the warper sound back. Hey there, Danzavar, how are you doing? Need a little bit of fish. Rather water. What we need is crowd control. So here's the thing. My gripe with setting up crowd control is that it is strictly paid. I want
vital signs stabilizing.
Point-based ways of fucking with me. And originally, so this, I have Twitch controls enabled, and there are some redeems in the chat that work with the game. The problem is that at some point the API broke, and the spawning redeems don't work. We've tried spawning in either random creatures or reapers, and they don't work. Bulbo plant tree? Yes, we do need the bulbo plant tree. I remember about that one. We're gonna go out to the island and harvest some. You're done with life today. You want to chill for the next 2 hours watching some fun stream. Have a good night. Nice. Oh yeah, you're in the right place. We were just done screaming at the clouds, so you're just in time to watch us play Subnautica. Eat your pasta. What kind of pasta are you having? I may, if I can't get the integration to work at all, then I will set up just native Twitch crowd control. Bolognese, nice, good choice. Probably my favorite pasta. My favorite pasta sauce. But we do have some redeems that are confirmed to work. For example, the oxygen warnings, the HUD, that one works. We've not tested any of the other ones that are point redeems, but if you go into the channel point redeems, whatever is marked integration is going to interact with the game. I know that is set up correctly because all of the things still register. Oh, sorry about that. Ads, yeah.
Warning, fire detected.
Where were we? Ah yes, we need silver for the wiring kit. I don't feel like running back and forth again. I'm just gonna make it here. Never mind if we're a little bit less power efficient for so. I think we'll be fine. How much titanium do we need is the real question. We need 1 gold, we need 5, 7, 10. We need 10 pieces. I refuse. I will eat the fruit instead.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Also, let's release these little guys. You're free from ads? What were you advertised? What I was explaining, so the API is set up correctly, and there are redeems. The redeems that that say integration will interact directly with the game. And I know that those are set up correctly because they end up in the queue, the game sees them. It's the spawners that don't work correctly, because I think some of the console commands were probably changed during the integration of below zero blocks, and they no longer fire correctly, and whoever is managing the mod just did not update it, so it is what it is. I'm definitely not going to go and edit the mod logic myself, so we're stuck with an integration that doesn't entirely work correctly. Oh my, Danzavar, thank you. Just a second. Oh, that is a lot. That is a lot. Danzavar just gifted, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. If you have just purchased a subscription to the Kuromaru Onii-san channel, your penis has grown an additional inch for each active subscription that you've paid for, and another inch. No, it's 3 inches for each subscription, and another inch for each subsequent tiers. Hell yeah. Thank you very much, man. Much appreciated. Effects do not last after subscriptions expire. Alright, everyone gets subs. Thank you, man. Now nobody will be tortured by ads. I am currently, sadly, in a period where I need to abstain from abusing the power of the politics tag in order to, I really don't like the fact that it's flipping through like that. It annoys me. Okay. But what was I saying? I can't abuse the power of turning off all ads with a politics tab, because that way I don't end up in the recommended feed, and we need to dwell in the recommended feed a little bit more. Is it 2, right? Or 10. Okay, we have 10 titanium. OCD kicked in? Through 2 inches right now? Let's go. No, you don't have, you have more. You paid for like 10. So it's 3 per subscription. You currently enjoy a 30-inch penis. Allegedly. Please do not send photographic evidence into the Discord. Alright, this is going... We need to place the deployable scanner somewhere. Where do we place you? Let's put it over here. Scanner. You just refuse to suffer the ads, I see. Okay, we need 1 quartz. 2 coppers, right? 1 gold. 10 titanium. Wiring kit lubricant. Table coral. Alright, good. So we have our scanner room all set up.
Warning, fire detected.
Y'all need to time that a little bit better. So let me educate you on the correct techniques for griefing. The Cyclops can only develop a fire if I am running at full speed. So if I'm overriding the engines and if I need to go very fast, if for example something is chasing me, then a fire can start. It's definitely not going to start if I'm just idle in the water. Alright, organics go here. Like, the engines aren't even running right now. Yeah, thank you. That is gonna work every time. Ah, and I can't use the fabricator. Well, fuck. I can still use my inventory, though. Should probably leave the acid mushrooms in the locker. Could it be because something crashed in the pod? In what pod? Yeah, you gotta troll the streamer with... When you really want to grief the streamer, you need to do that with things that actually work, or materially affect their quality of life. Oh, the ones I'm in? I'm not in a pod, I am inside of this. I am inside of the Cyclops. Collisions don't cause fires on their own? I don't think so. I'm also not in a place where anything would collide with me. I am near the Aurora, so nothing here is intersecting with me. Reefbacks don't collide with you, they go out of their way to not do that. They're nice like that. Let me unpin. I'm pretty sure the added bumping noises are just ambience to scare the fuck out of you. Alright. I guess I wanted to make bleach. You don't know how to grief, you're a good person? You'll learn soon enough. This is definitely a fruitful teaching environment. I think that does the distant Leviathan screech still work? I think that let me test that so that no one has to waste points on that one. Subnautica, River Prowler, Cyclops, distant Leviathan. Let's see. Oh yeah, that one definitely works. Oh, a hype chest. Hell yeah, are we on a hype train really? That's a cutesy little emote. I may want to redraw that one actually as well. Did everyone get the same? Did everyone get the gimme emote? I do not understand the mechanics of hype trades, but I am nevertheless honored to be on the receiving end on that one. So that's all the credit for that one goes to Danzavar. He is the one solely responsible for causing that hype train. You know what, Danza, despite us not wanting to... I wanted to keep things organized, but the scanner locker is going to be named after Danzavar, just because I have decided so. These are my rules, and I am free to break them. I think I missed a little. I missed a letter there. Danzavar. Ah, it doesn't fit. Danzai. Doesn't fit because I'm stupid. There you go. Yeah, I figured it out. Yeah, that was correct. Alright. So, let's first of all figure out where we're going. We need to go to Island 1, and I would like to... I know where the crash site for the other Degassi base is. Not the crash site, where the other Degassi base is. So I'd say we go get the Bulbo trees on the island. And from there, we figure out going down to the Degassi. I heard a noise, which definitely wasn't a redeem. Never mind. Alright, let's go.
Engine powering up.
So basically, the most surefire way of causing a fire with the Cyclops is to run at overheat speeds.
I had flagged the emergency speed. Warning, vessel calculated. Excessive noise.
Alright, we need to dip over the kelp forest over here. Not sure we're actually going to be able to clear that. This is where it gets a little squirrely. The Cyclops is a very big rig. Let's actually access the cameras to make sure. Naturally, the kelp itself is not really an issue.
Do not redeem the card!
Is pushing it on silent? No, silent is very slow. The problem with silent is that it doesn't move very fast. Ah, joke's on you, I still have my full controls. Maybe it is using the silent mode. Now that I think about it, we could actually just stop by and explore the Degassi base now, since we're passing through it anyway. Yeah, you have to understand that I have in excess of 600 hours in Subnautica, when combined with my PlayStation account. Not my PlayStation, my Xbox account, then my PlayStation account. I've played this game since probably a full 2 years before its full release. I've played builds of this game that still had the terraformer. Alright, let's park her in a way where I have quick access to both the hatch and the possible entryway.
Engine powering down.
Alright. As long as we're weary of sand sharks, we should be fine. Okay. Alright, first things first, let's cut into this door. I would like to find a mod station eventually, just because I want a little bit more capacity. It's not helpful. Is that really it? Is that all there is here? I really went all this way just for a propulsion cannon component? I forget if the fragment placement is at least somewhat random. Lightweight, high-capacity tank, okay. Not really struggling for weight capacity. Mobile vehicle bay fragment. That's not useful because we already have that. Battery charging. Now that is important. Battery chargers are good. Because we can't always manufacture them. Thank you for removing my HUD. believe it is random? Okay. There's probably nothing else to do in this. No, there is more stuff to do. But before I go and do that, I need to go take a breath.
All systems online.
Right, absent my HUD, I would probably want to have a Seamoth a little bit closer, because otherwise I may run out of oxygen and random between specific locations. Yeah, that makes sense. It wouldn't make too much sense to have certain things spawn in environments that are not accessible or you don't have the resources to build them. Like, it's... If you make it completely random, you may just soft lock the game. Ah? Mod station? Excellent. We need one more piece. Given that it was here, there's more. You hit it when there was 57 left? I see. Alright, that's probably everything that's here. Unless there are more pieces laying around. Seamoth fragment. Does the warper sound not work? That's too bad. You know what? The hell with it. Let's fix it on the fly, actually. Just a second. Let me navigate my way into safety. Alright, not to run out the timer on the HUD, so I'm gonna set it out to be paused, but let me actually fix this. We need things that work, even despite the fact that Blurp goes out of its way to break down and die. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to hardwire these sounds into my Venian. I would prefer to not have to do that, but you know what? If they refuse to keep things operational and working, that's just what I'm gonna have to do. Alright, let's see. Give me the extension. View info, viewer link. It says channel points are off, which is not true. View Twitch channel points. Let's see. So you should be visible. Why aren't you visible? Crab, squid, river prowler. I go into my dashboard, please and thank you. My library. My stream, okay. Can I add things? View in stream editor, no. Okay, the warper sound should have worked. So that one plays correctly off of Blurp. God, I hate this fucking... I don't like it when things break, especially when I'm relying on them to work. Alright, we'll deal with it. Let me offload the excess titanium. I'm gonna head to bed. It's getting pretty late over here. Well, thank you for checking in. Morning, Red Sun. Appreciate the company. We're gonna be playing Subnautica for quite a while, because we're still in the early game, so if you enjoy it, I stream twice a week. And for now, we're going to be doing Subnautica every time we're done with, our usual screaming at the clouds. But feel free to join the Discord. I only ping for streams or if something is very funny. Okay. I guess there is nothing more to really do around here. Let's give it a quick once-over. Could scalp some free titanium while we're here. Some of the fragments are usually on the outside as well, but I think that was just the Seamoth fragments. Salt. Scanner ring fragment. Just building up a fund of titanium to work off of when we actually get to base building. Yeah, mostly metal salvage, not really a lot to do here. You son of a little cocksucker. Oh, that's what I forgot to build. I forgot to build a medpack station. That is likely going to come back and haunt me. Alright. All the processed titanium. I don't feel like processing it now because it's also not very power efficient. Alright. Rare minerals. Just put all the minerals here for now. Alright, I'm not going to process my titanium on the spot.
Engine powering up.
Oh, we're actually right where we need to be. Because we're going to explore, I think it's this cave system. I don't think the Cyclops is small enough to fit into any of these entrances. Might not be that one, though. Alright, it's definitely this opening, and the Cyclops definitely will not fit. I think I used to make it fit into one of the openings, but I don't feel like looking for it. I get the depth module for the sea moth. That cave is the first one. I have a depth module for it. Yeah, there you go. I think my crush depth is something like... let's see. Yeah, we're at 300 meters.
All systems online.
If it's not enough, it's not enough, so... Let's test it. Ah, okay, interesting. We're kind of tickling the edge of being able to freely explore here. So let's tread lightly. I don't want to get my propulsion cannon out for this. Do we feel like listening to the audio logs? I kind of already listened to them to death.
The conditions in this cave support a microcosm of unique, possibly predatory life forms. Detecting an artificial structure somewhere in the region.
Somewhere, you say. I always thought this purple cave, what is its official name? I don't know. I don't think it has an official name. For me, it was always just the location of the Degassi base. Free battery? I don't think there are crab squids in this biome, but good thing that it works. I think crab squids only appear where? In the Grand Reef, right? Oh, I do. Is it a bigger air tank or is it just, I guess, lighter? But in order for me to make it, I need a mod station. For something that's supposed to be an ambush predator, you're very fucking loud. Yeah, I need one more piece of a mod station in order to make it. These didn't used to roam as freely. They usually stick to the mushrooms. Okay, I'm seeing some kind of construction. Let's quickly explore that. How large was the base? Medkit, nice. I needed that. Not a lot going on here. Shale rock. Oh joy, oh joy. I'm gonna get back into my sea moth. Alright, he is just free hunting, I guess. So I'm probably not his first priority. Let's not strain our luck here for too much, though. I'm only seeing separate platforms. Seeing a data pad.
Location uploaded to PDA.
Let's have it play. Oh, that's just the signal location.
Integrating new PDA data.
Environment log, blueprints, locations. 250 meters. Aha, okay. So I was going the wrong way. And that one doesn't work. God damn it. I don't want to fidget with sound alerts on stream. But I guess I'm going to have to do that eventually. Well, whatever hit me wasn't impactful enough to cause damage, I guess. Ah, I've just missed it, okay. It didn't render because I was a little too far. Thermal plant, okay. I've never used thermal plants. I've always... Oh, mod station piece? Nice. You bitch, you get away from my fucking Seamoth and you get the fuck away from me too. Oh, it's actually doing numbers on me. That's... Oh, I've never had that happen before. Is it still pursuing me? Well, we are faster, which is nice. That was not an issue I've had in previous playthroughs. Need to get some distance. They've really upped the aggression level on these things. Do I not have my repair tool? Excuse me? Alright, we need to surface. This is... I forgot to bring my repair tool. That's an unfortunate oversight on my end, but in my defense, the wildlife did not used to be this aggressive. .57. It's smoking, so it's definitely not at a point where I want to play fuck games with it. It's going to get repaired on board of the Cyclops anyway.
Systems online.
Where did I leave my repair tool, is the real question. Surely I didn't just not bring it. Alright, what do we need to make a new one? We do not have cave sulfur. Okay, that's an oversight. I guess once we're done exploring the Degassi habitat, we need to go back to our base by the Aurora and rectify that. Right, let's offload whatever we have while we're waiting for the Cyclops to get patched up. Health, okay, so it does that almost instantaneously. let me quickly do something about the sound alert not working, because I don't want stuff to not work. The warper was the one that didn't work, right? So let's go into our blurb menu. Viewer words. Let's see. Subnautica, Cyclops emergency hull failure, distant Leviathan, crab squid. I think the crab squid worked, right? Or did it? So that one didn't work, so let's remove that one. Crab squid. I think the crab squid didn't work, right? You think it did? Let me check. Oh, that one's still on cooldown. Okay. Now, let me go into the blurb menu. Let's go into my stream. Subnautica. Oh, there it is. I already have it. Save. So, how do I take you? Add to collection, new collection. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Switch to stream editor. Pinned, I don't need pinned, TTS. Whoever made this UX should be beaten.
Detecting increased foreign bacterial levels in the water. Performing a self-scan is advised.
Yeah, I know. We have space herpes or some shit. Pinned an extension. That's not what I want, though. Pick that one. Pinned in your extensions. Unpin from extensions. Remove. Try this. I don't know what the hell you are, but let's keep you here. How do I add this to what I'm trying to do? Stream manager. Because the extension is not what I'm trying to do here. Space what? What do you think? What are you talking about? Set up extension. Channel points. View to a channel points. Which one is that? Did one of you redeem anything, or... Alright, now it works. Okay, the crab squid works, that's good. We just need to get the warper to work. Let's see. Crab squid works, that works. Light door knock. Subnautica warper. Okay. Can I... Reward enabled. Reward volume. Let's set it up a little bit. Okay, let's try to do that. That one's added. Okay. Or is it? It is not set as an active blurb. How do I activate it? Because this is on a different browser, I can't show you the interface. Just know that it is dog shit. Like, it is very, very unusable. Active blurber words, okay. Can I activate? No, I don't need to play it. Just fuck. Who designed this? Whoever designed this needs to be beaten with a shoe. Subnautica Warper. Okay, let's put it down over here. Subnautica Warper. Are there any other Subnautica ones? Crashfish. I think we have enough Reaper Leviathan activations. That should be fine. Alright, so let's see if that one holds. Because at the very least, I want the audio to work correctly.
All systems online.
Alright, now we have to be aware of the fact that the snake things are in fact aggressive. Nickel ore usually spawns by volcanic activity, or does it? Alright, where is the Degassi coordinates? Where is the Degassi habitat? Why do I no longer have the waypoint? No, I still have the waypoint. There it is. Alright. I guess they felt that the area wasn't dangerous or challenging enough, so that's why they've upped the aggression level on the shroom snakes. Which I guess is why they now have that. Oh, please, no, don't hit me. Even in the far future, we can't escape the Texio's obsession with Indians. What do you mean? I'm missing some conversation there. Space herpes or whatever that is, when the female voice told you to do something. Ah, that's just a plot device and doesn't really affect anything. Touch grass also. Oh, that's a good reminder, actually. Because the touch grass one also didn't work, and I'm gonna go and force it to work real quick. That is a good reminder. And now it's not starting up. Absolutely aggravating. Can I just open my stream, please and thank you? I don't need my profile settings. Just please give me my own dashboard. Twitch channel points. Whoever made this UI needs to be beaten with sticks. Okay, touch grass. Where even is it? Is it an active alert? I don't even see it. Is it marked as a... Okay, maybe it's a Venian issue? Node graph. Interactables. I don't think I have any of the sounds attached here. Huh. Flashbangs. Wait a second. Bits, trigger, start watcher, parameter. Right, none of these are active anyway. Props redeems. This one works. Right? Touch grass, touch grass, touch grass. Let me see. Let me try to make it from scratch, basically. Touch grass. Duplicate. Maybe it was lost when I was moving PCs, now that I think about it. Venian. Sir, these were made with elite human capital. You mean the Blurp UI? It does look like it. Props. I don't remember which one of these is. A lot of Dagoth or. Shit, I need to check those manually now. Items. Props. Radiation sound. What are you? No, that's definitely not it. What are you?
Okay, I was gonna be.
No, that's definitely not it. Okay, so that was not a native sound redeem, I guess. Because I no longer have the file. So I'm just gonna refund that one for you later. Absolutely aggravating. I don't know where that went. But I guess now I get to find the file. It feels like it was a sound alert redeem, if anything. Something for me to figure out in the background. Yeah, I get it, yeah. Sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained just because I'm trying to troubleshoot on the fly. Right, we need to not get attacked by the locals, because if that thing eats my sea moth, I have no way out. Also, I think the danglers are toxic. Ah, filtration machine, hell yes. I think we just need that one piece because it's mostly intact. Okay, we just get it instantaneously, that's good.
Signal location uploaded to PDF.
You know what Maida told me today? She wants to build a habitat 500 meters below sea level, more than a kilometer northeast of here. And she needs Bart and I to do it. She's got it into her head that she can save us if she just acts recklessly enough.
Cunt.
But I've hauled Star Wars to Neptune, Plasteel to the Federation. This family operates 9 different mining colonies across the Ariadne Arm. Maida thinks she's better suited to lead. Her contract still says otherwise. But I just cannot damn well tell whether it's the stupidest idea I ever heard, or my only hope. I turned 80 years old last week. I thought I had another 80 in me, but marooned on this planet, there's no swapping out of my liver when the old one fails. Here, I'm mortal. And Maida is useful. So, it's my responsibility to make a decision. Return to the island and hope whatever knocked the Dagazi out of the sky won't do the same to the rescue ship. Or take us deeper in search of answers.
Data.
And all the while be hoping old age gets me before the sea monsters do. I'll give Maida just one thing. She was right about these caves. There's enough lithium there to fabricate 100 tons of plasteel. Enough for a darn fleet of Cyclops submarines. There was nothing anyone could have done to avoid crashing here. But I was right to order the detour. If we get off this planet, they'll be talking about the Torgal share price on the other side of the Federation.
Well...
Integrating new PDA
There's
data.
something to be said about unbridled ambition. Man's got to know his limitations. Alright, we just need to make sure that we don't get ragdolled by the same fucking snake, because we have at least 1 or 2 hits left in us at most. Mod station fragment. Okay, good.
New blueprint acquired.
Quickly look around and make sure I'm not missing anything, and then we can be out. This is just titanium at this point. Let's get it. Alright, doesn't look like there's anything useful to scan anymore, so let's get the hell out of here. I can break them? Oh, I wasn't aware, I just dodged them usually. But I think we got everything we needed out of the Degassi. So now we just need to not run afoul of the shroom snakes again. And we need to go back and get the repair tool. I guess we could go to the island first, because we don't need the repair tool on the island. We're only grabbing bulbo tree samples. Ah? No, not in particular. We just got the rest of the things that we needed scanned, and that's it. Just looking for an exit out of the cave. I was just talking about how we're going to still go to the island first, because we don't really need a repair tool there. Lovely. Need to offload some titanium, but other than that, we're doing pretty okay. That, and we can actually we have the materials for a mod station. We may actually build the mod station here anyway. Mod station, computer chip. We don't have table coral, but that's relatively easy to solve. We don't have lead on us. We do have diamonds. All right, something to think about. Offload those loose titanium. Right, continuing onward to the island then.
Engine powering up.
We don't have anything to go down to 500 meters. We need to look for other materials to do so. For one, we may need to double our efforts for finding wrecks. Reefbacks get pretty high up. Okay, we just need the bulbo tree, so.
Engine powering down.
Should be in and out fairly quickly. On one hand, it would be interesting if there were more land predators other than just crabs. I'm gonna take a few just because I want to eat it on the spot too. Yeah, pretty good. Actually, I may want to grab some spares because whenever I actually end up building a base, I'm going to want to plant those as well, so. Then again, I can always just, you know, use the one I already have. The Degassi base is right underneath us. I would assume... Yeah, let's just go under the island and see. Let's plant you here, give you a moment to grow. Again, no repair tool, kind of asshole puckering. I guess we could dare to at least take a look, right?
Engine powering up.
See what we find if we just keep going down. Our crush depth is 900 meters, so we'll just need to remember to not take the sea monster. Oh! Alright, we were a little too successful.
Biodiversity in this region is unusually low. Cause unknown.
Unknown, you say? Well, that looks like a wreck, so... I can barely see, too, so... We may benefit from doing a little bit of building and scanning here. Now that I think about it, we need to update the scanner room building set because we've built a bigger power source for it, right? The scanner room. But we did not accommodate for a room for it. We also did not accommodate for anything that's going to compensate for the loss in structural integrity to set. That is a that is a ghost leviathan. That is a ghost leviathan who just completely snuck up on me. I guess that explains the low biodiversity of this area. He's awfully docile. I was not aware that there are ghost leviathans outside of the Lost River. There are things about this game that have changed, and I don't know how I feel about that. Find a ledge to quickly perch up on. Oh, I actually need those rubies. I feel like this is as good a location as any to do some building.
Engine powering down.
So, what we're going to do is, we're going to add the extra materials we need for a piece of reinforcement for the hull and a multi-purpose room. That's 6 titanium, 9 titanium, and 1 piece of lithium, which isn't too bad. We fortunately are spoiled for both. Alright, that's 9 titanium, check. And we need a piece of lithium. Fortunately, we also have that. So we're gonna reach into... it was in Danzivar's locker. To grab our deployable scanner room. Oh, uranite. Grab me some of that. Actually, pretty good for resource hunting. All right. Let's not spend too much time just ogling at the sites, shall we? Multi-purpose room. Come on, you know you want to. Stick to something. God, you are such a bitch. You are such a bitch. Really? Oh, you don't like just sitting out here in the nude with a goddamn ghost leviathan on my table. On my tail. Trying to convince a scanner room to actually build. So let's look for a flatter ledge, I guess. Okay, that's not great. That's also not very bueno. Piece of sandstone. We got their lead. Okay, we were gonna need lead for something. Okay, let's do it the other way around. Maybe it's gonna be a little bit easier to coax into building. There we go. Now you want to build, really? Okay. Add a reinforcement here. I don't know if we're going to leave it like this, or... Huh? Listen, we don't even really need this side of the building. We can just build a hatch over here. Alright, now, we need to go grab some biomatter to power it.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Let's throw this here. Technically not a mineral, but I'll toss it here regardless. Alright, let's quickly grab some bulbo fruit. Yeah, that's enough. So that we can power a scanner room for long enough.
Emergency power only.
We'll get
Oxygen
you sorted
production
for power.
offline.
Don't you worry about that. There is a thermal plant here, but I feel like fuddling around for setting it up correctly. Okay, good.
Power restored.
All right, let's get a lay of the land.
Systems online.
What are we working with here? Fragments. Huh. Maybe a larger wreck we can look at? There is a wreck around here. Where is the wreck? I think we've already explored that one. Let's send out a camera just to verify. Prawn suit drill discovered. Well, we can't make a prawn suit arm. Alright, we've already explored this one. Alright, this is a known wreck to us. This one's already been searched. We can finish a vehicle mod station. We could hypothetically... Why does it identify that as a separate fragment and not just, you know, a fragment? If we can get a vehicle mod bay, we can finally build all of the things that we need for the Cyclops. Not for the Cyclops, for the prawn suit. And then I would be more comfortable taking it. Why is there just a piece of something laying here idly? This might be a nuclear reactor. quickly zip around here to see. This is a thermal plant. Alright, might not be the most fortunate place to build. You know what, I feel like we would be better served if we built our observation station right up here, although it might not be deep enough to actually look for things that are useful. We're also on the edge of the Seamoth's navigability. Haha, there's a hole in your cliff. Alright. Not terribly useful. I'm gonna let it search for magnetite in the meantime. No, wait, is there no magnetite here? Did I imagine seeing magnetite? We don't have a use for uranite, so I'm not going to go out of my way to search for it. So I think we're just gonna disassemble the whole thing and take it with us.
Warning, emergency power only.
Attached components must be deconstructed first. Fine. Alright, let's see. Let's get you out of here. Oh, right, there's a reinforced plate. Yeah, that's true. No, not really. We're just snooping around the Grand Reef looking for, you know, pieces of tech that we still need. That's all we're really doing here. There's a piece of something that vaguely looks like a piece of a nuclear reactor, so we're just gonna quickly go and explore that, and we play it by ear from there. We should really just go to the shallows for the sake of not exposing ourselves to damage that we can't fix on the spot. Especially with a Ghost Leviathan being in the area. Because we effectively do not have a way to make repairs on the spot. The Seamoth is less of an issue, just because, you know, we park it inside of the Cyclops and just let it run. I am not even going to kill the engines, just in case. In and out, quick 5-minute adventure. Thermal plant. Piece of shit. Not even a good fragment for you. Creature egg. I don't remember what that creature egg does. And I don't have a habitat for it. Fuck you. Can't text and drive at the same time, eh? Okay. Do we have our Fob 1 active? We do. Now we could just go towards the... Just turn this one off. Does the other base not have a tag? Did I not tag that one? Surely I did. Fob should be the one, yeah, Fob 1 should be the one I'm looking for. Just need to navigate through the shallows correctly. Otherwise we're gonna have to go around the Aurora, which I would prefer to not do. didn't realize I have variable searchlight power. Well, we're out of the deep water, so it's a little bit easier to navigate. I think we could possibly build another forward operating base just on this side of the reef to make it a little bit easier to, you know, get in and out. Because this ridge presents a little bit of difficulty for crossing it. Granted, nothing short of a Leviathan will realistically do damage to us. We may need to go into the mushroom forest, actually, looking for some of the things that we need to do. Because the floating islands is likely where a lot of the parts we're missing spawn. It's a good thing they didn't program the kelp to be like a tangle hazard for the turbines. Just leaving roadkill in our wake. Yeah, probably the only major downside of operating from under the Aurora is the fact that you need to cross the safe shallows with a Cyclops. And there are only certain areas that are deep enough for you to do so. Did a stalker carry off one of my cameras again?
Engine powering down.
Let us unload all of the scanner room fragments. In order to do that, ultra high capacity tank. We can make one right now. Oh no, would you? Well, no, we can. We can. We do have a mod station, so let me quickly make sure that I take correct inventory of everything I'm leaving in. Yeah, that sounds about right. So let's make sure I'm not offloading any of the materials that would be needed for that, which is we need 1 piece of gold, 2 pieces of copper, 1 piece of quartz, a spare piece of lithium. Okay, we don't have anything superfluous. The titanium, how much titanium do we need? 3, 9, 14, 16 pieces of titanium, and this is what? 9, 10. We have 3 extra, okay. Let's actually save. Yeah, because we scanned something, gave us some free titanium. Fantastic. Okay, now the scanner room is intact. Alright, let's go get that repair tool. And not forget it at home next time.
waiting.
Probably left it somewhere over here. Where is my fucking repair tool? What the hell? Do I need to make a new repair tool? What's up here? Nothing? I really don't want to... Oh, wait, it's... I'm stupid. It's in the sea moth, isn't it? I probably left it in the sea moth. I went all the way... Well, it's not really for nothing because we need to go to the Shroom Forest anyway. So it's a very minor detour. But I'm still pissed.
All systems online.
Let me check. Cargo bay? No, it is not here. Okay, so the question is, where's my damn repair tool? Empty. All of these are empty. Fuck it, it's faster to make a new one. What do I need for that? Silicone, rubber, and what? I am on the Cyclops right now. It's not here. Cave sulfur and titanium. All right, let me go grab some cave sulfur then. Where? There's a couple of sites where crashfish spawn. Relatively close from here. In the prawn suit? No, I don't put anything manually into the prawn suit. Yeah. Coffee somehow ended up there. Swamp to get some air. I think our best option is to build a mod station just on the Cyclops itself. Yes, it's a drain on power, but it's relatively minor. And once we settle on a more permanent base, we can also just, you know, move it from there. Where are the damn crashfish whenever you need one? Ah, there should be a couple over here. Alright. It's an unnecessary little detour, but what are you gonna do? Silicone rubber is made from clusters, right? We end up in the power cell stage? In the power cell... what? In power cell storage? That is a possibility. I will explore that, given that that was one of the places where we put stuff. So I'm not gonna disregard that. don't we have here? I'll just put another boomerang in there. Still got room. No, it is not. Only power cells. So it's just lost. Titanium. Oh, I can actually make some right here. I'll just make a new one. It's faster. It's whatever. Right, what do we need to build a mod station? Back to actually being productive. Modification station. Probably need table coral, don't we? Table coral, gold, and copper wire. I think we have copper wire, so let's go get some gold. We have everything else. Is there a way to farm table coral, or are we just tied to farming it? Rather, are we only limited to gathering it as opposed to farming it? Leaving anything behind. Anything useful for that matter. These are not useful items. I parked a little bit too far out. The one thing we can't bring with us is a moon pool mod station, which we don't have anyway, so that's concerning right now. What are we looking for in terms of alien containment field? I would like that. Nuclear reactor, still 0 pieces. Water filtration station. Do we need one on this base? We definitely need them for deeper bases, but not for this one. Wait, I don't believe we've found any pieces of the mod bay. And that's just probably not a blueprint we have, right? Yeah, we don't have a vehicle mod station. Alright. Did I not just pick up a piece of... Oh, that's lithium, sorry. My bad. There we go. Just need a computer chip. Oh, I needed to get some gold.
Seek fluid intake.
Momentarily. I shouldn't drink my water yet. Since I have access to bulbo trees.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Need to be careful to not over-farm it. Maybe I need another grow bed, actually. I'll deal with that now. Actually, right now. Unfortunate interior design choice, but we're gonna stick to practicality right now. What did I want to do? Cool. 2 table corals, god damn it. That thing is plate size, why do I need 2 of them for? Now we can actually do work. Okay. Mod station goes... Where do we have room? Let's see, this is a pretty okay spot. It's not really in the way, it's right by the fabricator, it just makes sense. Alright. Thermoblade. Do I really need a thermoblade is the real question. Like, does it do anything better than my current knife does? I guess we'll find out. I don't remember there being any superior benefit to the knife itself over that. I know that it does that. I mean, does the survival knife have any... Is there any reason to not upgrade is my question. Okay, Cyclops... I want a higher capacity one. 4 pieces of lithium. We should have 4 pieces of lithium, surely. We do not. We only have 2. That is unfortunate. Make a diamond blade instead of... which hits harder. I don't have the blueprints for that. I've never seen a diamond blade. Are you sure that's not a modded item? Swimming faster is really not a concern of mine. I don't feel like wasting material on it. Alright, I think we're good. Let's go to the let's go closer to the mushroom forest, set up a... I was about to say a streaming room, a scanner room there. I don't have blueprints for a diamond knife. Or a diamond blade, so... I don't believe I've ever seen blueprints for a diamond blade. Right, our best spot for putting down a scanner room is going to be between the mushroom forest and the floating islands. Pardon, Steve. Okay, well, I've not seen that one too. I'm not opposed to making it, I just don't have blueprints for it. Also, somewhere near the mushroom forest, there's an alien cache that contains a portal that goes all the way down to the lava castle. I'd say anywhere around here is a good enough spot for a scanner room. The electric eel are aggro. Eels are aggroed on us. Well, get the fuck away from me, you little cunt.
Detecting volcanic activity and several unusual electromagnetic signatures in the region. Exercise caution when diving deeper.
I need to pull away from this. First of all, I need to make repairs now, which is great. Alright, let's just stay here for a moment.
Engine powering down.
Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely. Good thing I went out of my way to make a new repair tool, eh? Fucking hell.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Systems
Oh, I'm being impacted by the air bubble.
engine powering down.
Fucking stupid. Okay, let's leave the overflow materials we have. Can I over-farm the Bulbo tree accidentally? Is that a thing that can happen? Right. Is that a fucking mod station piece? Was I over a mod station piece last time I was here? I hate it here. I also forgot to grab the scanner room materials. Just cut it until it breaks, and the plan of the last cutting... Yeah, I get it, I get it. Basically, can I cut it to an extent where it no longer stands in the pot, and I'm only left with, like, fragments of it that I need to replant? Because I think other trees that you farm by cutting them, they all do that. That is a piece of lithium that I will need. But let me first put down my multi-purpose room. You can, but it's not a problem, I see. Well, I have 2 of them, so... We're exercising sustainable farming or some shit. There's no small fish I can use as a power source. Oh, I could have used the brain coral. I'm stupid.
Emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Yeah, it's it do be like that.
Power restored. All primary systems online.
Does this not need reinforcement? Did I overcommit on some of the resources there? I guess I did. Not terribly interested in the fragments realistically. If there's a big crash site, I may go look for it. Wreck. Okay, there is an explorable wreck. Look at it. I would really like to have some magnetite. Should I make a scanner room HUD chip? What if I could? I need magnetite to do that. That's the problem. Outdoor grow bed. Let me take a quick spinner-rooney around and figure out if there's an entrance I can use. Yeah, the magnetite is the bottleneck right now. Oh, I remember this one. This is a particularly unpleasant wreck to explore because of the fucking eels in the area. There's a data chip over here. I get in through here? Not really. I wouldn't advise that. Lots of snag hazards. A lot of squirrely geometry. Dare I risk bumping the eel out of the way? Because it's just kind of stuck there uselessly. Up. Okay, he's out. Okay, good. Alright, there's a data chip. It's highlighted for ease of searching. Magnetite seems to be particularly scarce. I'm not very happy about that, because it makes the whole exercise of building scanner rooms that much less efficient. Alright, we're just gonna leave the... we're gonna leave the scanner room for here for now. Ah, wait, that means we have materials to... We have enough lithium now, then. Lithium, what else do we need for the ultra high capacity super deluxe air tank? Oh, just for lithium in our tank, okay. Ah, much better. Muy bien.
Engine powering up.
We may want to go slow just to not aggro all of the wildlife in the area. Also, I'd prefer to not smash face first into the cliff over there. Could go silent if it's a problem. It's not that much of a problem.
Engine powering down.
Just to be a dick. I wanted to see if I could rattle them. Interesting, that bone shark is not registering on the radar. So bone sharks are not considered hostile to me. Only the electric eels are. Ha. That's an interesting observation. I should have brought the prawn suit just to punch these fuckers. Because I still don't have any offensive capabilities on the sea now.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
If anything, the small fish do way more damage than anything else. What's over here? Really? It was... Oh, it wasn't even a blooper I needed. That sucks. Get the fuck away from me! Oh, nice. They're infighting. Well, you'll love to see it. Let me reorganize my my tool panel here real quick, so I have things that I need on demand. Probably in this order. Yeah, the knife is not gonna be much. It's not gonna do me much good. But it's nice to see that the eels are at least a deterrent for the bone sharks. I suddenly like them a lot more, despite them just recently attacking my Cyclops. Okay, that's just a closed door. What is that? That's a stasis rifle? That's a stasis rifle, so it's not useful. Closed door. Prawn would be annoying without grapple. I mean, not at the distances that I'm trying to cover. Like, I'm staying pretty close to the bottom of the ocean. Basic plant pot. I guess I didn't have that.
Engineer blueprint acquired.
Wow, this is a fucking waste of time. I am not at all enthused by the content of this particular wreck. Cyclops sonar upgrade. Okay, that's something.
Acquired.
That is something. What are you? Light stick. Alright, I guess. Not very fruitful. Not very fruitful.
Integrating new PDA data.
Anything else I can do around here, or is it just... Yeah, looks like it's just this. It would be interesting if I could unclutter the other hull, but generally if something requires a repulsion rifle... Ah, there's a corridor here, so let me get a breath of fresh air. And go and look in here. Surely Nutty Putty Cave has something to offer that's not just a drowning hazard. Big winding corridor. Where does it lead? Some water here, okay. Is that seriously it? Are you serial right now? Mod station. Not even scannable. Mod station fragments. What are you? Reinforced dive suit. I guess that's okay.
Acquired.
Kind of middling as far as results go. Anything else that's scannable? I don't see anything else that's scannable. Not what I am looking for. I guess making myself a little bit more bite resistant is good. But at the same time, not really enthusiastic about this. Alright, let's go recover our scanner room, I guess. Let me offload all of the excess resources. I guess we're not struggling for titanium at the very least. Then again, when are we? Nutrient blocks, I guess, are also nice to have.
Engine powering up.
Just gonna back out of here nice and slow. I guess the only way we're getting any magnetite is if we dare to venture closer to where the Reapers are patrolling. Maybe we need to relocate the scanner room too.
Engine powering down.
To annoy the fucking neighbors. Does the camera disappear when you pick up the scanner, or do I need to I need to dock it first? Otherwise, it's just there floating. Which hypothetically means that you can create infinity cameras, but why would you want that?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
It is probably just another mod station fragment. I have no faith. Heat area limestone, lithium, rubies. Yeah, there is nothing of value here. I'm just gonna fly the camera back home. I would very much want to have access to a HUD piece. But for some reason I've just had the worst luck with magnetite spawns. So that there's fragments of something over here. I don't believe I see it. Metal fragments. Creature egg. Oh, there it is. What are you? Probably a Cyclops fragment. Did magnetite spawn below the gun facility? It did. It spawned in a... It usually spawns in a pretty wide area around the gun facility. And for some reason I'm having the worst luck of it. Alright, let's put her back together. Rather, take her down.
Warning, emergency power only.
I can't deconstruct it from the inside, that's too bad. Well, we got some upgrades, so not entirely pointless. Just less productive than I would like it to be. What do I need to build a sonar upgrade? Do I have the materials on hand? No, I do not. It also needs magnet. I fucking hate it. Why do so many things suddenly need magnetite? Fucking ridiculous. Right, let's look for a different spot to put down the scanner room. I think I know where I want to put it down. Actually, I think this is where we can find one of the alien caches, but they don't have anything useful for us right now, so I'm just not gonna bother. I hear that giant screaming cunt already. Just gonna ram the bone shark because I can. Yeah, I hear him, I hear him, I hear him.
Engine powering down.
That's actually unpleasantly close. Like, we're not in detection range, and we don't see him. God damn. At least our bulbo trees are back up to size. Let's put... Did I just see him over there? Let's put down a scanner room. We probably just want to come back here when we have a prawn suit. So, I think my primary mistake was coming out here with the sea moth as opposed to a cyclops. Not a cyclops, as opposed to the prawn suit. You know what I mean. Quickly grab some biologics to use in the furnace. Come on, get over here.
power only. Oxygen production offline. Power restored. All primary systems online.
Need to power it properly. Let's go grab some bulbo, some lantern fruit. Whatever's not burned. You know, at the very least, we can get some more lithium here.
Captain.
Reaper Leviathan. We can track him on the map. He is, yeah, he's right fucking there. He's right there. Big useless cunt that he is. Okay. Fragments, there are fragments around here, okay, but still no magnetite. I guess it needs to do a little bit of scanning before it can find it. There's actually a fragment right behind us. Interesting. Oh, there it is. Moon pool fragment. Okay, it's free titanium. Quickly grab some of the incidentals we get. Alright, so the game plan is going to be the following. We're gonna leave the scanner room, and we're gonna have it run. Just, you know, as it has an opportunity to sit and work. That poopfish is actually giving a lot of energy. So we're gonna let the scanner room run until it finds magnetite. And we don't need to be present for that. We can even take the camera out. The other place where you can find magnetite, alright, see, it's found silver ore. Heat area, not entirely useful. So there used to be magnetite just, you know, peppered on the walls here. Gel sack, also not really useful. Magnetite, okay, interesting. Magnetite, you say? Ah, actually very close to where I was already skulking around. Let's take the camera there, then. Magnetite. Alright, this is our sought-after magnetite. There's 2 spots of it, too. Okay, so that's good. We're not going to get it today. Because we're already running over time for the stream. But we're going to leave this room to run while we go back to base and we retool.
Engine powering up.
Back out slowly, not to bump anything off. So what we're going to do is we're going to swap out the Seamoth for the prawn suit. Because that way we're going to have better odds of survival against a Reaper, basically. First of all, it allows us to stay low profile while gathering resources. We don't need to separate from our submersible while doing so. And even if he gets a hold of us, we can still punch him in the eye and not be at risk of instantly dying. Yes, not forgetting to save is big. Thank you for the reminder. Once we get to base, I will save. I am tempted to look for ways to kill the Reaper Leviathan, just to make exploration in that part of the map easier. I've seen some people run Stasis and Knife can do that. That's a lot of work. The best way I've seen to do that is Stasis Rifle, Gasopods plus Knife. So they'll shoot it with a Stasis Rifle, come in, shoot it again, then drop a full inventory of gas pods into the stasis field while it's still suspended, and then swim out and start hitting it with a knife. So it collects all of the gas damage instantly, and then you're also draining HP with that. I would prefer to still not go engage in fisticuffs with a gigantic sea monster. So I would probably bias towards doing that with the Cyclops rather than, you know, just Knife and Stasis Rifle. I have a Stasis Rifle, which incidentally also requires Magnetite to build.
All systems online. Welcome aboard, Captain.
We should be fine with just the Cyclops. I'm gonna take the repulsor rifle, so it's not, we may need it with us.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
This is another annoying thing about the prawn suit. Without a grapple hook, it's sometimes not really convenient to angle it towards the Cyclops. He really needs that jet upgrade. Oh, okay. See, we've overfarmed it. Leave you here. This is material we don't need on us. Some loose silver. Lithium. Titanium. This one's full. This one's full. We already have 3 full containers of 3 nearly full containers of titanium. I think Bulbo's. You don't think Bulbo's he'll just have to replant sometime? Ah, okay. That's well, we may need a bigger grow bed in that case, as opposed to the one we're currently running. Alright, let's just navigate our way back to the mushroom forest so that we're, you know, positioned to do the things that we want to do. For some reason, I'm also not finding a recipe for the decoys, which I thought should come with the Cyclops. Like, that is something that should come stock. That is speed up, but... we looked at this wreck at all? Surely we have, but I just want to make sure. There's no way that there's an entire unexplored wreck right next to the ship. Yeah, I'm seeing pieces of things that I probably already. I see bioreactor, I see
engine powering
mobile
down.
vehicle bay. Just in case, just, you know, for the sake of exploration. I'm seeing lots of components. Mobile vehicle base. Okay, I've not been here, but it doesn't look like there's a lot of things that I may need. So it's just an overlooked early game thing. Propulsion cannon. I would probably have a use for a propulsion cannon right now, right? Titanium is titanium, it's always useful. Something we already had. Propulsion cannon fragment. Mod station fragment. Ah, okay, vehicle upgrade console, that's something we actually needed. It's a good thing that I decided to dip into here. I leave through here? Probably not. Did I spot something there? Oh, lots of propulsion cannons, okay. Well, it's lots of titanium now, but it's still not bad. Not at all a bad find. This was somehow more productive as like a far removed wreck that I had to fuck with extensively to gain access to. Somewhat funny. Alright, anything worth exploring down here? Battery charger fragment. Get right over here. Right, this is actually a very, very productive wreck. It's a good thing I spotted it. Let's get a breath of air. Offload our titanium. It's actually a shit ton of titanium. We may need to assign another titanium locker. Alright, let me quickly explore what else is in there. Snooze that ad. We don't have a reason to run ads anymore today. Probably gonna be done sooner. Ah, another planting pot. Battery charger is huge, yes. And we're missing a single piece.
New blueprint acquired.
Picture frame.
New blueprint acquired.
And this wreck was just sitting there this entire time.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
I am torn. Oh, okay, very good. Seamoth depth magnetite. I hate it here. Seamoth depth prawn suit death module. Okay, kyanite. We're not going to be getting that anytime soon. All good things to have. Crystalline sulfur. I don't remember where to get that. Prawn suit thermal reactor. That's big. Seamoth sonar. Why does everything take magnetite? Why does everything require magnetite? Hull reinforcement, that's big, and we have materials to build that. Energy efficiency, good. All good things, all good things. Yeah, hull reinforcement was big, with how squishy the Seamoth gets, especially. There it is, vehicle mod station, copper ore computer trade. This is nothing. This is built almost instantaneously. So what we're gonna do is, we're gonna proceed with going to where we left our scanner room. We're gonna park there, sort of to stage us for the next adventure. I think it has to be in the... Yes, it does have to be in the moon pool. But I mean, we still need to get magnetite. And in order to not, you know, go back and forth too many times, we're already out here. We're gonna park by where our scanner room is. See if it's found anything. We're gonna collect as much magnetite as we safely can. And then we can go back to base, build the moon pool, build the mod station rather, and start constructing all of the upgrades for our submersibles that we need. We got cut on the mushrooms. Not a problem. Alright, we're gonna set her down just over here. Oh, there's the Reaper Leviathan. I see him right over there, and I would prefer to not see him. Alright, that's a problem for another day. We are going to look for people to raid. It depends on how many people we have in chat. We're just gonna leave that thing screaming in the darkness. And it's going to depend on who's online, who we haven't raided, and to whom we potentially owe raids. Oh, okay, this is new. I think so, I think it's new. Just a second. Alright. Time to raid out. I think I have a target for us to raid. I think I do. I think I do. Escape from Tarkov. Nute Automata. Who's up for Tarkov after...
Honestly.
You know what, let's go and say hi. Let's go and say hi. Fellow Cosmoline enjoyer. Start the raid. If we can, we can. Okay, fantastic. Let's go back to my OBS. Alright, thank you everybody for dropping by. We're on our regular schedule, so look forward to more Subnautica as we slowly rebuild our capability to actually play this damn game. Follow the socials. There should be a new VOD edit up on the YouTubes by now. Join the Discord channel, follow the Twitter, buy my merch. It's a very cool patch. Hard recommend. This has been Kuro Onii-san, reminding you to be mindful of your macros. Bye-bye.
I need to see if that refund for the stupid RMA worked.